time is like spread out, but I think it goes without saying that if there's a downtime choice between you and me, you're taking that as paladin this time.
What if I'm not wreck?
Bro, you just gave me that responsibility last year, and you didn't even ask if I was in rec. Okay, so
Yeah.
Bro, what downtime was there last year?
there was actually quite a bit in like M2 and just like here and there. On M4 when I had to like spread and shit.
You know what's funny? I don't think I asked you because I could just fully uptime it. I had full uptime.
I made a like base game vanilla glam and a mare glam. I'm ready.
I am using the glams I always use.
I think
You're no
I think
fun.
Paladin was a crutch for you, Fox.
Yeah, dude. I'm completely washed without paladin.
That's what I'm saying. How are you supposed to keep up time? Oh,
I don't know. I mean, there's lightning shots.
Are you fucking serious?
What do you mean? Am I serious? That's a completely normal thing. Is it in
No.
Solution 9?
Solution died, yeah.
It's in. Isn't it in Tuliolo?
I thought you have to speak to the fucking Wandering Minstrel to unlock.
Not for
You
Savage.
guys
no.
just did it. Where is it?
Not for Savage.
It's
Solution 9
Solution
all the way on the east of Solution 9.
Yeah, where the
Gem is.
first quest is, yeah.
You know what's the worst part? I told myself I needed to do this, and then I forgot.
I mean, it takes like
Where
1
is the
second. It's
fucking
fine.
thing?
All the way on the east in Solution 9.
I should have made the fucking free square be
Oh,
someone
we
figures
need
to
to
unlock.
Wait,
the
you
raid.
didn't do it either? You can't give me shit if you didn't do it either.
Yeah, I gave you shit.
Hey, where's the unlock for
Never
Savage
eat
again?
Shredded wheat. Oh, I see it.
Here-ish.
It's
Oh,
true.
my-
Boo.
Okay, thank you.
Fuck, do I have to finish the quest?
Yes.
Yes.
Mother...
Oh my god.
You
You've
better not
always
fucking
had to do that.
Cutscene watch.
Bro,
Good for
I
you.
just assumed that I'm skipping this shit. I don't care about the story.
It's like 2 lines anyways, I think.
Okay. Someone just can give me the TLDR.
I don't know. I didn't pay attention.
TLDR.
What's the last thing that you watched?
Mm,
Do you even remember?
If you
Okay,
literally
got
stopped
it.
right after the unlock, then... Or right after the fight, then it's like 2 lines.
Right.
bro,
Real
you
quick,
should
does
just unlock
anyone
this shit like after you finish M8. No,
have any questions about M5?
Not until we get in there.
no. I reviewed some POVs and whatnot. It seemed pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I would just
Why does
the current strats do some things a little bit differently than like this morning stuff, so I would like double check that the raid plan matches with what you believe we're doing.
I found a POV that matches the raid plan that was linked, so it's
The raid
not
plan
POV,
has
so-
changed since this morning.
Okay, well I looked at it like at 4 o'clock, so if it's
Okay,
changed since
okay.
then, okay.
I don't know, but I know it. Stair was saying that it was different for one of the mechanics earlier this morning.
Yeah.
I have it unlocked now.
Big.
Huge.
I will handle any and all reses as a default until we get close to enrage, or the end of the
Okay.
fight.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you guys hear that? It was the crack of a monster.
Did we figure out I guess who's like light party 1, etc. Or are we doing
Yep.
that in instance?
We should figure that out right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, right
that's
I
now.
think we should just
Reloaded.
wing it.
yeah, just fucking YOLO it.
I
Everyone.
think we'd all default anyways. I feel like we all kind of... Because I know Stair and I have already discussed it, so...
Yeah, we need clock light party and then
paired.
fan spots, RMMR spots.
Mhm.
Oh shit, the glams are fucking fire, y'all.
Nice. Dude, everyone walked in wearing casual. I walked in wearing like a fucking suit of armor.
Wild.
Oh my god, you guys look so cute! Aww! You guys all did yellow? Oops.
I did not do yellow.
Yeah, me neither.
I should have done green.
Yeah,
Teddy green.
I did purple because that's what he's wearing. Oh shit! Wait, I need to put on the glasses. Okay, there. Do I have them on now, guys? Am I wearing them for you?
Yes.
Hell yeah! We look so cute. I can't wait for the picture after this. Oh my god.
Dude, it's a groove.
I think Rayplan shows the letters a little bit more in, like on the middle line instead.
That doesn't really matter. I'm just
Okay.
gonna put these down.
Put them on the like in the center of the squares here.
Oh, you want them over there?
Yeah, because that's where the circles are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude. You guys need to think for yourself.
No, the thinking's too hard, bro.
I agree.
Okay. Okay. Those are up now. So let me just. Okay. Let's do our light parties. Group 1 is north.
Okay.
Group 1 is north. Okay.
Yeah.
See.
Okay.
And then in terms of partners, I don't think there's any like partners for this, right? Because it's just based on debuffs.
Yeah.
There is
Actually,
partners.
no,
There's one.
the
There's
lines,
healers
right?
with healers, those are not, and then takes with tanks and DPS, and then depending on
No,
what
there
what the
is light
class
party
is-
healer. There is light party. For two
Yeah.
different mechanics, there are actual partners.
It's like melees and tanks together for like the lines that are happening.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
what I meant. And then healers.
Okay.
But there's also a mechanic later
Oh.
on that is like not in those lines. It's the when the frogs either cut off the north south or the east west. We either do a spread or pairs in that position.
We can do
Melee's
Um,
other
inner
partners for
position,
that.
melee's inner position, ranged outer position is what most people are doing.
Sorry, I guess I should put these over here. Sorry, which mechanic are you talking about?
I'm talking about
The disco, the moonwalk mechanic. The snakes? Or-
Disco Inferno.
Frog Tirage 1.
That's a
Christ,
moonwalk.
I fucking
yeah.
hate. Oh,
I can
oh,
do
you're
it real
saying
quick.
like for east west.
Or north south, yeah.
Okay, group 1 is east. Group 2 is west.
Oh,
Because it'd
perfect.
be-
We do it that way? That seems kind of weird. Should we
Sure,
not
we
just
can do it the
do
other way.
northwest? Because that's
Yeah.
kind of what we are for the mechanics before.
Okay,
Mhm.
we can do that. I'm just thinking like clockwise rotate, but we can do it that way.
And 2 is south and east.
Yeah.
Hmm.
As we're still doing boss relative for the spreads, yeah. As the Rayplan shows, or doing something else.
Spreads facing boss. It would always be facing north there, right?
Well, it's
Or-
showing that the like you see how like the Gunbreaker and like the Monk are like south and like north respectively. So they're like, so when you're looking towards the boss, it'll be like tank left.
Oh, yeah. It's not really boss relative. Well, yeah, I get what you mean. Yes, looking in, it would be tanks left, melee right, so on and so forth.
What mechanic is this?
Frog Tirage 1.
Slide 11.
Slide 11.
Slide 11 on the right plan.
Let me see.
And this
Okay.
would be true if it's north-south safe as well. Tanks on the left, safe spot. Melee on the right. Or I should say supports on the left. Melee, DPS on the right.
It doesn't look like too hard of a fight. I just want to pull it personally. I need
We
I-
do need to
hands
get
on
we
it.
do need to get fan spreads worked out as well.
Yeah. Fan spreads are important. This is for the in-out and like cleaves, yeah?
Yes, this is for Arcady Night Fever.
I mean, it's literally just EX, same positions as EX, right?
It's east-west, not north-south.
Yeah, but I'm saying like what we did for the EX for fans.
We could reuse those, yeah.
Okay. Everyone knows their positions, and we're good.
If we're using those, I'll be all the way on the southmost hill.
And then you'll dodge, into north or south, right? Or
Yes, north south will be no cleaves at all.
Okay, cool.
We're talking about for this slide, Jaden, you would be the
Which slide?
scholar
What
in
number?
this. I just sent a picture. You would be the
Oh.
scholar in that.
Or if we're doing the
Yeah.
the
Okay,
stuff we
that's what I thought.
if we're doing what we did for EX, here would be where the Astro is, and I'd be where the Gunbreaker is.
Oh, I thought you said you would be south.
Well, I wasn't there for the X, so.
Yeah.
That's not what we did for the.
Why just do the?
We
spread
did range,
now,
melee,
just
melee,
to
range.
keep things up?
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right. We did do the. Yeah, I mean that's.
Oh,
Sorry, you're right. I misremembered where we went for the X. I just knew I was north. I didn't look at fucking anybody else.
Why don't you do? Why don't you just do the
I
fans
just knew I
now?
was the southmost.
Sure, let's just do the fans now.
Yeah. Here, let's go around. Yeah, let's go around C.
No, that works too.
Oh,
We should probably have.
So you'd be
If
on
we're
this
gonna
side.
if we're just gonna do this, we should probably just do like melee south so they can get some positionals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tanks healers will be north. Then
so then, okay. That's fine.
No reason not to if we're doing hard positions for it,
Yeah.
like static positions.
I mean, it's also up to Yoshi and Yazeth. If one of you would want to be where an AO is and we just like move one person around, it's fine.
I'm good here. My positionals are more on the sides rather than behind.
Okay. Any other questions on stuff before we get started?
Not really. I just need to see stuff. I can't.
Yeah,
talk-
yeah.
My brain doesn't work that way, but I get you. I get you. I'm good.
Let's whip this hoe.
I mean, as long as we know our positions, that's the only thing I really
Yeah.
care about. I'm
Yeah.
gonna fuck up a bunch, so.
It's
Alright,
it's
boot up.
first time we're in here. Everybody's gonna fuck up. So.
What? I thought this was a farm party.
My
It's a
bad.
10-second countdown, by the way.
I'm so glad
Yes.
I'm dancer.
Blizz.
Oh, food.
Are you ready to get down?
Yes, sir.
The Upstart's Cruiserweight campaign begins.
I think I have to leave my fucking opener.
I just have to pre-weave that.
Good to know it's not aggro side.
It's gonna be light parties.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
2 into light parties.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the
I got
stops with these.
I'll get. Next is gonna be rolls.
We're just getting started.
4 into rolls. 4 into rolls. Tanks north, DPS south.
Positions,
Faster than I thought. Okay.
grade wide. I got.
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
Bask in the spotlight.
Side
and
goes south.
burn, baby, burn.
Look at your debuffs.
DPS
An
first.
invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond?
It's gonna be in, then out, in then out. Out. Yes.
Oh, that's why there's only one safe spot.
Yep.
I
Flip
see.
to A, by the way.
Oh, okay.
This is the end.
Will it always
this is
be
rolls,
at
rolls,
the
rolls.
spots? Will the lights always be at the spots that are like?
For us ranges, it will all be at the numbers, yeah.
Okay.
So it's on the it's on the one that starts unsafe, correct? Stair. We were looking at that earlier.
I believe so.
Yeah, I remember
Actually,
seeing something,
yeah, it's the one
something
that's
like that.
yeah,
I just
for
don't
us,
remember
it's
where
the-
I got that image from. You can look for it.
Okay.
again.
Slide
I'm just
for
gonna
some more
in-roll
in
the other
right
one.
side, yeah.
Let me it is the one that starts unsafe. So let me just take a picture of that real quick.
Slide 4 in the raid plan.
Oh yeah, if everyone wants to take a look at that and slide
I think I
4.
found. I think I found it finally. It was in my previous group.
On my
Okay.
red spot.
Oh, this is the cleaves. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it was ahead of Saba for a while there, so it feels
Oh
cool
my
playing
God.
a
Bruh,
DPS tank.
We don't look at DPS. I'm gonna fucking ignore it.
There, that was the image I was thinking of. I posted it in like both chats.
What's the tell for Arcady Night Fever? If it's in or out first.
It's always
It says inside out or outside
Oh.
in, and the last word is what you do. So if it's inside out, it's out then in. If it's outside in, it's in then out.
Oh, that's cringe. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, dumb
Yeah.
question. How do you determine which corner is safe? Is it like from the
For
the
us,
spotlight?
range, it's the one that starts unsafe at the beginning.
Okay, so if like one is like covered in orange, that will be the safe spot at the very end.
Yeah, you're either at 1 or 4. Whichever one
Okay.
starts covered in orange is the one you're
Okay.
gonna end up at.
So
Okay.
that's the same with me then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Whichever one starts with orange is the one I ended up. Okay.
Also for the spotlights, in case like other people thought about it, if it's helpful. If you're not needing to be in the spotlight, it's fine to actually stand in it with the like homie that's there. It literally doesn't matter. It only matters if like you're in it for your debuff to resolve, but otherwise the spotlight doesn't affect you negatively.
Okay, that's good to know.
Okay, got it.
Go again. And yeah, the timing for that 2 and 4 is very fast.
I can go faster than I think I can. It's like
Yeah.
Is it cast bar oriented or? Is it
I'm just using animation, so I'm not
Okay.
sure.
There's no cast bar for it.
Oh, okay.
The upstarts cruiserweight
That's good to know.
campaign
That's good to know, yeah. I'll just move sooner than I think I need to.
Oh, where does that go?
Oh, my
Get away
baby.
from me! Get away from me! Get away from me!
I got him.
Can someone get David? What happened over there, champ?
Sorry.
Sorry.
East side. It's gonna be light parties.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
Two into light parties.
Go.
Move.
I have one too many people back down here.
Johnson Green is pulling
That's
out
me.
all the stops with
A side. It's gonna be rolls.
We're just getting started.
4 into rolls.
Moving, baby.
Go.
Move. Good shit.
Wide. Start thinking about where you need to go for your spotlights.
Debuffs out. DPS are short.
An invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond?
Outside first. Out to in. Out to in.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
Yes, get ready. Flip to B side. It's gonna be light parties later.
Back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Pink Sealers go. It's gonna be light parties after this snap.
The challenger's down.
4 into light
Is
parties.
this the end?
Make sure to keep dodging.
Oh shit. Yep. I see. Okay.
Oh,
Actually, you don't have to keep dodging at the end there. You threw me off because I was like,
how
Yeah,
you need to
you
dodge
have
do
to
the
go
last
fourth snap,
dodge,
right?
and then it's fine.
You go down, and then across. Yeah, it's only if it's a 2-step that you just go directly across after the tile.
It was on my spot, but I have damage down, so I think it just killed me when I soaked it. The lights, I mean.
The lights.
Uh,
The lights.
The light shouldn't do any damage, I think. So if it killed you, I think you were probably in the wrong safe spot.
Yeah, lights don't do damage. They just lock you in place.
Yeah. Well, I thought that time didn't one have orange on it the first time?
I don't know. 2 did, so I don't know. If,
4 had orange on it on the west end.
On our side, it was 2.
It's the
so
first
for
set
your
that
side, it'd be
comes up,
4.
right? Okay.
If you guys can call that to say like where it starts to, I mean, I don't know
Yeah.
how mentally taxing it is. I'm just
yeah, that I can.
for melees, it's fucking free, so I don't even have to think. Honestly, I can just move to the spot without even
The upstart's cruiserweight
paying attention.
campaign begins.
Yeah, I will call.
Thank you.
B side. It's gonna be light parties.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
3 into light parties.
No.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with these steps.
A side rolls. A side rolls.
We're just getting started.
3 into rolls.
Grooving, baby.
Move.
Bask in the spotlight and
Tanks healers are short.
1-3. 1-3.
So I
an
can
invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond?
Out to in. Out to in.
1-3.
A side, it's gonna be rolls later.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
Okay, I got.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
The challenger's down.
This would be 2 into rolls, but
Come on, yo. Oh no!
It's over.
guys.
That's not it.
Wait, I can live. No, I can't.
I guess I'm just gonna sprint if I'm.
I think we have
Yeah.
to swap there, Fox.
We have
Or
to
if
swap.
we, yeah, because my
Okay. I think I know.
Oh,
how
wait,
to
was it?
Do it now. Okay.
I don't think
I
we
don't
have to swap. I think it's like my priority is I always take a north spot and you always take a south spot. So like even in that case, right? Like the 2 spots that I'm just gonna remove the markers for a second. Like the 2 spots that it could have been at was like here.
yeah, that's where the lights was,
here.
and then I got AoE'd.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like I think
You have like a
all
second.
that we have to do is like in this case, 1 and 2 are both north, 3 and 4 are both south. So like you would take the 3 and 4 spots, I would take the 1 and 2 spots.
There would always be a safe spot in either like
Oh, okay,
3 or this tile
3 or
right
4.
here.
Yeah.
In one of these two, yeah.
Okay, I got it.
I didn't identify that it was happening more to the west at the time, so like I just fucked up.
Yeah.
Are you ready to get down? The upstart's cruiserweight campaign begins.
B side, light parties,
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
or into light parties.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with these steps.
A side rolls.
We're just getting started.
2 into rolls.
Grooving, baby.
Move.
Bask in the spotlight.
DPS are short.
1-3.
An invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond?
Out to in, out to in. B side, it's gonna be light parties later.
The challenger's down. Is
Again,
this the end?
I got Yoshi. Timers now.
3 into light parties. 3 into light parties.
Parties.
They're back on our feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Okay, I get it now.
The tiles are interesting.
I see what you mean about the dodges there. For some of them, it's like a little bit.
Some of them you just go directly to the other side. Some of them you have to do a dodge first and then go to the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, you could if depending on what outer square gets spotlight first, you could do a similar logic with the inner square. So if 1 or 3 are like have spotlights on the corners, then it'll be the inner square of 2 and 4 that'll be safe for melees. At least for me, that was the case, and then vice versa. If it was like 2 and 4 safe for range, that'll be inner 1 and 3 for melees. That'll be safe. I think that's how it works.
Okay.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstart's cruiserweight campaign begins.
A side rolls.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
4 into rolls. Ooh.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with these.
E side light parties.
We're just getting started.
3 into light parties.
Baby.
Ooh.
Bask in the spotlight
Tanks healers are
and
short.
burn, baby,
2-4.
An invitation to dance. How will the
In to
challenger
out.
respond?
In out. A side.
Go now. Go now.
The challenger's down.
Is it not?
Is this
One?
the end?
It's 2-4.
Oh, you both ate shit. Okay.
Yay.
Oh no, that was too much
A
for the
side.
challenger.
Oh.
Yeah, just make emoji stare.
Yeah, I think I got this now. Yeah.
Dumb question. The debuff doesn't appear on enfeeblements, does it? Or am I blind?
It does.
It does.
Okay. One second.
Yeah, so like AoE square up, and then you only have like 2 seconds for a spotlight.
Let me check something on my end.
So yeah,
Just want to check.
in case people are getting like psyched out from that.
What the fuck? Oops. Oh, okay. I know why. Fucking. I see. I
Oh.
see. Piece of crap. Alright, the problem has been solved. We will not talk about why the problem was a thing in the first place.
You gotta share with the class now.
Basically,
It's not like-
my HUD setup had the debuff right justified, so I couldn't fucking find it on my screen instead of left justified. Like I placed it so that I would see any like enfeeblements in the center, except because it was the wrong like justified way, it was yeeted off to the right side of my screen. I couldn't fucking find it.
Oh.
Betrayed by my own hut. How could this happen?
Upstart's cruiserweight campaign begins.
Well, those get damage.
Can you keep
Go,
up
by the
with the
way.
rhythm?
Oh, sorry. Rolls. Thank you. Warren to rolls. Sorry, I was thinking about something.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the
Light parties
stops.
means.
Light parties.
We're just getting started.
2 into light parties.
Moving, baby.
Move.
How can you tell if it's 2 or 3?
It's
That's
the
a cast
cast.
bar.
Cast bar name.
Okay.
Listen to where the safe spots are.
Bask in the
DPS
spotlight
first.
and
2,
burn, baby,
4.
burn. An invitation to dance. How will the challenge
In then out. In then out.
2-4. DPS first.
Make your way over there.
But to B side, it's gonna be light parties later.
Be in your spot now.
No.
Be light parties.
Is this the end?
Yeah, I'm fucking bad at this.
Yeah, I'm struggling with like how to identify which of the ones to like.
Yazeth, was your rule correct there as well?
Yes, it was correct.
So, if I call 2-4, it's gonna be DC safe spots for melees. If I call like it'll be hang on a second, I can't see the markers. If I call
yeah,
2-4,
sure,
it'll be
That's
DC.
just for the first bait.
Was that?
Well, if that's the case,
Wouldn't it
then
like
if-
alternate?
the safe spot does not alternate for the ranged. I don't know if it does for melee.
I mean,
Also
I
from-
used my
it
rule
doesn't-
and it seemed to work just fine. So yeah, just covering over.
Sorry, when you were saying your rule, I wasn't. I was like trying to think about something with the mechanic. What was your rule?
Oh, well, I shared the diagram, but I was kind of following it that. I know the markers don't match up, but it's a similar idea. So if 1 and 3 are going to be safe for the range, then like these 2 squares could be safe for melees, and like the opposite 2 square around like in front of 2 would be safe as well. I think that's how.
Are you saying if 1 and 3 are safe for the range, then
it'll be
the
like
blue, the color-coded ones are safe, basically?
not color coded, it'll be like it'll be the opposite for melees. So if red and blue are safe for range, then it'll be like the sort of purple and yellow numbers area will be safe. Like the markers here don't match what I have for a diagram, so it's a little hard to like show it. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to ask is like if 1 and 3 are safe, which ones are safe from the diagram that you sent? Sorry.
Then it'll be the ones where near the inside square between D and C, and the inside between A and B will be safe for melees. Yeah, going off of our markers. Yeah.
Okay, so just to confirm.
You can
on the
just use
diagram-
your picture. I guess I'm struggling to like translate what you're saying. I'm just looking at the picture. So
Okay.
if 1 and 3 is safe, you're saying from your picture 4 would be safe.
Yeah, like 4
And
and
2 would be safe.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we just give like
I see.
group
Okay.
tiles to like whichever squares.
Okay, I think that works for me.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like that time I was thinking about the mechanic as in like, let me just be on the inside and then just like sprint to where I need to go, but I'm not identifying fast enough like which is actually safe to go to. So I keep like fucking putting myself in a danger
Okay.
square.
Another rule you can think about it. Your safe spot will be the spot next to where the spotlight starts.
Tell me that later.
Yeah,
Sorry,
tell,
I'm not.
say that after.
It doesn't matter for you, yo.
Flip to B side. It's light parties.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
4 into light parties. Move. I'm not gonna call the move anymore. I don't want to, but A side rolls.
We're just getting started.
2 into rolls.
Keep grooving, baby.
Think about where you're going here. Look at your timers.
Bask in the
DPS first.
spotlight and burn,
2,
baby,
4.
burn. An invitation to dance. How will the challenger
Out.
look?
Out, in.
In. DPS start heading to your things.
Flip to A side. Gonna be rolls.
In your spots, in your spots.
Yep, was good so far.
The challenger's down.
You snap.
This is
Which
the
one is
end.
a good scan?
Rolls.
Rolls, rolls. Go.
Maybe you to not get hit by those.
They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay
Okay, you
standing.
do not get hit by the tiles at the same time.
I have an ether potion, so let's try and see further.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I walked into the wall. There's like 6 people dead.
We should. I mean, I can chain res. I can get like 6 people up in a row. We shouldn't wall.
You said it was 2 and 4 that time,
Yes.
For range,
Yeah,
yeah.
same.
So it'll be
and then for us side it was 1 and 3.
for melees,
Nope.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
No. If you follow that diagram, that would have been D and B safe, so you would have been at where A is on the diagram.
Yeah, you're that's what that's okay. I think I get it. I just misunderstood the call, I guess, at the time.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstart's cruiserweight campaign begins.
A side gonna be rolls.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
4 into rolls.
Dancing Green is
Next
pulling
will be
out all
Lightbirds.
the stops with these.
Light parties.
We're just getting started.
3 into light parties.
Groovin', baby.
Quick debuffs. DPS first.
Spotlight and burn.
Range
2,
2.
4.
An invitation to dance. How will the challenger
In and
respond?
out.
Start making your way.
The B side, it's gonna be light parties later.
In,
DPS
in, go.
The
Hey, Yoshi.
challenger's down. Is this the end?
It's light parties, 3 into light parties.
Let's see if they can stay standing.
Nice.
Good job.
Good job. Wide. Next mechanic is Arcady Night Fever. We're gonna be in our fan spots here.
Thanks, Killers North for fan spots.
DPS East. Remember, if you get hit, you're going north or south.
Remember to dodge your cleaves.
In.
Divas, take it home. Can the
And
upstart
out.
keep up with Dancing Reed?
Oh, that's
This Wamu?
I got Sai. I got Yo. That's it. It's over.
Dodge the things. Start left first.
Stay.
Remember to Nisi.
Oh,
Oh
Nisi's.
fuck. Yeah.
Move. Enemy stay. Just heal up here.
Yeah. I completely forgot about Nisi's, but we're fine.
Wait, there's Nieces?
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it after this. It's
Yeah,
really
okay.
easy.
I wasn't
Oh,
worried.
you don't
It
get
didn't look
knocked
hard.
out,
Hey, what are you trying to do? Put the crowd to sleep?
Alright, next mechanic is Ride the Waves. This is ranged far to the east.
B side.
Light parties
Gonna
later.
be light parties later.
On the dance floor,
Ranged fuck
everyone's
off
a
to the
star.
east and south. DPS to the west.
Okay. This will be partners.
Oh my god, stop.
Oh no, that was too
Later
much
will
for
be
the challenger.
spreads.
Spread. Stay in the. Yep.
How the
I was
fuck
looking
am I
for a
low?
Come up. It's gonna be
Out to in.
out
Out
and
to
in.
in.
Getting Kyo.
Come on, show me your
I think for that one there, Yoshi, I'm usually more
Yeah,
north. If you
Light
want
parties
to,
or into light parties.
Dodge. Oh,
The
this
challenger rises again.
Sack.
Can they turn this around?
I will sack.
Wait, cover. I got covered.
Waiting for mana.
Semi goat.
Raid wide.
Getting some.
Getting NAO.
Guys, this is my crowning moment. The moment when Bard had aggro.
Back to it, dancers.
Frog
Alright,
turret.
frog.
We're
I'll
looking for
find
a safe either north, south, or east-west safe. I'll call it. North, south.
Spread.
Relative spread.
Saba go. Oh, yeah,
Oh,
Saba,
left.
you'd be north here.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Just go infernal.
Okay, support.
Bask in the spotlight and burn.
it's
baby,
DPS are
burn.
baiting first.
Yeah. DPS.
So you want to bait at 3 and
Try
4.
to bait here. Oh,
Bait enter cards first, and now bait cards. Oh wait, that's not correct.
The
Yeah,
opposite.
that's gonna.
Yeah,
snipe.
yeah.
So do we just have to adjust for that then? How's that work? Isn't that 7?
I didn't realize that they could spawn in a pattern that in which you would have to like adjust them. Like they spawn. The safe spot was east west intercards there, and they were also the frogs were also spawned intercards. So we would have to point them like to the cards.
Should we just do it so that if it ends up like that, people point and people rotate clockwise around their frog and point it on the side like that? Would that work?
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
I don't think it necessarily matters, just as long as you don't hit the person right behind you.
Yeah.
So you can either point at like if I'm at the intercard of 2 with the frog, I could either point it directly north or directly east.
For the spreads there, by the way, Yoshi, I'll be the more north position if you want to be the more like center
Okay.
position.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because
No, it's all
Real
good.
quick,
Also,
if everyone looks in M5S strats, the second picture or the first picture there, that is what we're doing for Nises. So right when the frogs like start doing the Let's Dance thing, look at your AB debuffs and get in that lineup and stay in that lineup while you're doing the cleaves the entire time.
So one, yeah, I mean, I guess it works. The only issue I have with that in particular is like, if I'm the number 8, I'm personally, I'll have to see it, but like, I feel like I would find it harder to actually look at the frogs because typically I do that mechanic where I like move further back, I guess. But I'll see if it feels cursed if I get like early number or not.
Also, for Ride the Waves, I don't think it's fixed east-west side for where range and melees go. It would be whatever the safe line furthest from the boss would be where the range go.
But the boss is moving there.
But the boss can move.
Is he?
Because
Oh,
of
Yeah, I
those-
moved the boss there.
Okay.
I think we can do it always static. I mean, unless we want to do it like range take the far one. It doesn't matter to me.
Mhm.
Does anyone
If you
have a
can-
preference?
Nope.
If you can move just whatever most of the group would prefer, then.
All right, I think for now let's just do ranged east then, just to make it static, and if it matters, we can change it later.
All right.
And just to confirm with the 8 beats, group 1 would be north and west.
Yes.
yes.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thanks for the explanation for every fucking mechanic has the same name, but the one that I died to 100 times, it actually helped a lot for the last time.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstart's Cruiserweight campaign begins.
B side, it's gonna be light parties.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
3 into light parties.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops
Rolls
of
nice.
these. We're just getting started.
4 into rolls.
Moving, baby.
DPS
Bask in
first.
the spotlight and
1-3 ranged.
an invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond?
In then out. In then out.
DPS first.
We're getting there.
It's gonna be rolls.
Go in now. Go in now. Oh wait,
Challenger's down. Is this the end?
my fault.
Oh no, that was too much.
4 into in then out. Or sorry, into rolls. I don't know why I said in then out.
I'm gonna get hero. God,
We're coming. Oh shit.
just take it away. Yeah. Got Sai. Got Sai.
Avenge me.
I will get Yoshi in a few seconds.
I can get Yazid after in a bit.
You're up, Dan.
Got
Getting
Yoshi.
Ezra. Halfway. More than that. Oh.
Nises.
Turn up the
Heck
yeah.
heat.
or not.
Try to keep
Like, go to your
Fans.
spots.
Fans,
for the-
fans.
Yeah.
the fever's taken hold. Can the upstart keep up with dancing green?
I'm getting Sava. Sava's up.
Alright, let me. I don't know what to fill. Start
You're
left.
Look at your
in
numbers,
game,
too.
dude.
Dance like there's
Check
no
needs
tomorrow.
needs.
Yes, look at your
left.
timers.
Start left and stay. Move. Move.
No. I need an easy person.
Move. Oh, sorry, stay. Now move.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn names still. Damn it.
For
That's
the
okay.
I think for that mechanic, and I mean people can say what they prefer, but that's the kind of mechanic that I would honestly rather not have anyone talk during, because it's like even the move and stay from anyone I personally find distracting, but if people want it and would find it helpful, it's okay. It
was
just my
just
thought
calling out
process
'cause
is like,
We were not in our Nisi positions, is why I was trying to get people to move.
no, I mean that's fine. I more mean like the back and forth for the mechanic, because like I think if you're not moving in time, you're already fucked. You know what I mean? But if people find it helpful and would want it, then you guys can keep doing it. I'll try to tune it out myself, but
I'm indifferent.
I don't care, yeah.
go again. I think the call out to like get into the Nisi spots is totally fine.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstart's cruiserweight campaign begins.
Uh,
Does anybody know when the Nisi debuff is applied? Because it's like
Right when
earlier
they get,
than.
like,
Apply
the
3 to
code.
please, right?
Yeah,
The Protean.
I just realized that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I was determined where you're short and long. So if you're hit first, then yeah, you got short roll.
Yeah.
The order
By the way.
the order won't work for that.
Oh really?
2 into rolls.
Dancing green is pulling
Like
out all
26.
the stops of Easter.
Yeah, I got cleaved first and I got 18 instead of 8.
We're just getting started.
Oh, I thought it.
Two.
It's 2 into light parties.
Oh yeah, I'll just keep an eye out for that then.
Yeah, that's what I originally thought as well, so when I saw I was cleaved first, I thought I had to go all the way north, but then I saw it was 18.
Yeah, I think first that's
Safe spot.
DPS first.
In the spotlight and
1-3 ranged.
an invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond?
Out to in. A side, it's gonna be rolls.
DPS should be in.
Motherfucker.
yeah, forgot about
Oh
that.
no, that was too much for the challenger.
Is it Yeza?
The
3 into
challenger
rolls.
rises again. Can they turn this around?
Rolls.
Shit.
Let's see if they can
You
The
got
target
careful.
than me.
Hit as much as you can here. Got an AO.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
All good.
We're recovered.
You're up, dancers.
Fan.
Get in your spreads.
Dance.
Yeah, fans.
Let's turn up the
Nowhere to
heat.
dodge.
Try to keep up now. The fever's taken hold. Can the upstart keep up with
What? Did I
dancing
hit
green?
twice?
Yeah.
Check your debuffs.
Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Start with your left.
Yoshi.
Have I grooved enough?
I got Yoshi.
Sorry, I have no mana.
Yeah, it's okay. I heard you say it, and
Hey, what are you trying to do? Put the crowd to sleep?
I got heal. I got Yazeth. Should be lines coming up, I believe.
Yeah.
But the B
Light
side, it's
party.
gonna be light parties later.
On the dance floor, everyone's
DP,
a
ranged
star.
east. Ranged east.
This will be spreads.
You're sure to dodge the lines. Stats.
Partners,
Partners. Dodge the lines.
Out to
Out
in.
first.
Out.
Come on, show me your moves.
3
Is this-
into light
Light
parties, I think.
Yeah, light parties.
Yep.
He still got it, dude.
lead. Third wide side.
Alright, coming up is Frog Taraj. Listen for the safe spot. Group 1 is northwest, group 2 is southeast. North-south.
Partners.
Partners. Ranged in the back. Should do the same thing, but opposite. Oh no, never mind.
Just right. You're being chilly.
This is the bait.
Thanks, healers first base.
DPS first spotlight.
Bait away from intercards.
The challenger's down. Is this the end?
Baiting.
DPS bait north-south or east-west. Yeah, you can't bait at the. You get what I'm trying to say.
I think both the healers were north. Was I in the wrong spot, or were you guys in the wrong spot?
It should be color pairs, so you should go
Yeah.
1 there. Box.
We should
Okay,
do
then
color
someone was
spreads.
in my spot at 1 because I tried to go to 1 first.
I was at 2, I believe.
Okay,
I didn't soak until after.
okay, so I'm
So if it's color pairs, then I'm D4.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we got
And
really
I think you were at 1 there, Jaden.
I was, but at the end, I didn't soak anything before that.
I'm not talking about soak, I'm talking about the frog bait.
the frog.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I didn't.
You're
Yeah,
either
I think
doing
you
a
were
frog
in my
bait.
spot.
You're either doing a frog bait or a soak. One of the two at the time that a timer
Right.
ends.
Okay, so
Yeah, so in that case, next time, Jaden, you would be at 4 or D.
Yeah,
instead.
4 D, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, what were you gonna ask, Yazeth?
okay, so it could be either supports or DPS that gets a short debuff, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah, that's the thing I was confused about. Okay. That's good.
And yeah, just use eyes for the baits, like David was saying. Just make sure you're not baiting to hit a homie. And I know David mentioned it like very briefly, but it literally doesn't matter which direction you bait it into as long as you're not hitting someone. So like if you don't bait it clockwise or counterclockwise, it literally doesn't matter as long as you're just baiting it away.
Gotcha. Okay.
If it makes it
Focus
easier,
on-
you can basically just bait to your color marker that your partner is not on.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Play.
And we have 2 more mechanics left. They're very, well, technically 3. There's 3 more mechanics left, and they're very easy. So let's keep pushing. We're making good progress.
Yeah, go for it.
No, I'm about to tap out.
Yes, sorry.
That's
sorry.
fucking crazy.
There's a lot of
Guys,
rating,
it's- Yeah, my
honestly.
brain kind of hurts. I'm studying for
50
exams.
minutes?
Are you ready to get down?
Feeling kind of tired, y'all.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm going to
Tired
work.
of the bullshit. At one point, I was second DPS after like 50 deaths, and I was like, "This is my time."
Rolls.
It is rolls.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
3 into rolls.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops of each step.
Next is light parties.
We're just getting started.
2 into light parties.
Moving, baby.
Music is so fucking good.
I'm not rating with any music at the moment. Is that psychotic?
No, it's fine for prog. It's reasonable. All right, think about your spotlights here.
DPS first.
In the spotlight.
Ranged 1-3.
An invitation to dance. How will the challenger
Out
respond?
then in. A side, it's gonna be rolls later.
1-3, go now.
Oh, no,
Yoshi?
that was too much for the challenger.
It's gonna be rolls. 3 into rolls.
They're back on their feet. Let's
Watch
see if
the
they can
dodge.
stay standing.
Rolls. Good job.
Ooh-wee.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna bullite that time every fucking time because that's tight as fuck.
All right, getting your fans. Remember, if you get hit, you're dodging north or south
Let's turn up the
and
heat.
staying there for the
Try
whole
to keep
mechanic.
up now. The fever's taken hold. Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green?
Got Yoshi.
Check your debuffs now.
Yeah.
We'll be starting right.
It's like there's no tomorrow.
Beneo, move down with me.
That's a bully. I'm confused. Okay. Can there be more than one person?
Finish with style.
No,
No,
Yeah,
only
definitely.
two.
there's only 2. Yes, if you get hit by more than one, it raises your timer, I believe, or something. I got yo.
Hey, what are you trying to do? Put the crowd to sleep?
I'm gonna not cast and save mana.
Light parties at. Sorry, rolls at the end.
Flip to A side.
On the dance floor,
Ranged
everyone's a star.
east.
Partners.
Partners. Gonna be spread after. Red.
Dodge the
The
excellence.
challenger's down. This is
Don't
the
get
end.
baited.
Got Yoshi.
Out.
Out then in. In.
Rolls.
It's gonna be rolls here.
Come on, show me your moves.
2 into rolls.
It's like next 2 minutes of power window.
Sorry, I just YOLO what side I'm on half the time there.
I know you do. So do
Damn.
TE.
Back to it, dancers.
Either north-south or east-west. You know where you're going. East-west.
West.
Spread.
Spread. Hey,
I think I can do base.
debuffs first. Everyone else frog baits at your color pair.
DPS bait. Sorry, DPS spotlight.
Go to your spotlight now. Go to your spotlight now. Baits.
Oh, fuck. I'm dead.
And we're doing the opposite. I got Saba. Bait your color pair and soak your color pair.
The B side, it's gonna be light parties.
Get anyone who dies. Got bots.
Light
Three.
parties, 3 into light parties.
Go. Light parties.
The challenger, rise it again! Can they turn this around?
Big wide.
This would be Pug window.
Let's
Come on.
Dance Remix is coming up next. So they can either be facing north or south as well. All you need to do is dodge. Just look north and dodge.
Oh, this
Oh wait, no, this first. So fans, sorry, that's fucking fans first. God damn it.
The knights reached a fever pitch! All eyes are on dancing green!
Stop it, you gotta stay north.
Oh,
Go to A now. Go to A.
wait, why do I have to stay north?
So you don't get hit by someone else's cleave.
Okay.
After you get hit by a cleave, you just go north and stay there.
Dodge
30
it.
seconds. Don't pull.
Alright, be quiet here. Let's just look and practice in your head.
That's basically all the fight.
Who is he?
And then all that remains after this is Frog Tirage 2, which is literally just E9S like half room cleaves.
I
Incredibly
got a
easy
perfect
mechanic.
groove. That's the first perfect groove, guys.
Alright, Fox,
go.
you got
Nice
42% to go. Finish
Give
it.
us a tank LB, buddy.
I'll do it on the tank buster.
So what's after this?
So this is half room
half room
cleaves.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
So
okay,
it
yeah,
is
yeah.
North.
A?
north, yeah. North and then B, B, B. And then
It's a D.
opposite side to D.
I was too slow.
It's
Okay.
always a cardinal safe spot there, right?
Yeah.
For those two ones, yeah.
That's not too bad.
And then immediately following that, the very last mechanic is one more funky floor where there's spreads and stacks, spreads and partners, and that's the end of the fight.
Okay.
Alongside
check.
ins and outs as well.
Yeah. Sorry, I completely forgot about that second arcadey night. I fucking
Bro, they
Yeah,
sound
that was
sound the
so
fucking
embarrassing
same.
of you, bro. I didn't want to say anything, but like,
okay, to
holy
be
shit, dude.
clear, the reason you want to immediately after you get hit by your cone go either north and south and stay there is because you will be hit by someone else's fan spread if you don't.
I mean, not only that, but
Okay.
also hits the
Also,
same
wherever you
spot
get
as where you get hit too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So if you got
If it shoots
took a
you, it'll
bait, then
shoot
it like
where
hit
you're
the same
standing
spot
again.
again, and then like bait
Okay.
someone
I just
else.
mean even after that second one, you do not want to go back. You should just stay where you're at.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay. I was under the mistaken impression that like okay.
Real,
There's no reason to go back. Just stay there. Yeah.
That's the
real
way we're
quick.
panning out. It keeps north and south safe the whole time after.
Actually, maybe you get target twice if there's a death, but I don't know.
Maybe then, yeah.
I don't know how that actually works, but yeah.
Real quick, for those Nisis, can we line up on like I'm gonna take the markers. Can we just do like line up on these like tile each square with their own color?
Yeah.
that's what I've been doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And real quick question: is the marker like the timer in this picture based on at the time you get hit by your cleave?
No,
That's
it
what I
comes
will.
out afterwards.
It's much after because when you get hit by it, it's like 20 or 30 something.
I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. No.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is like 8 seconds. At what point am I 8 seconds going north? Is it
after
during
the
the Let's
like
Dance
cleaves
cast?
finish. I think it's like right after the cleaves finish, and we move in. That's when like the Nisis get applied.
Okay.
At like the very end of all of the Proteans.
All right. If someone could, just call that moment out for me, that would help me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Food check.
Should
Is it
probably
by
be
longer than
potting
8
from now
minutes?
on if we haven't been.
You sure what?
Is it longer than 8 minutes, or I need a? Is it an 06 pot?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
Alright. I'll see 06.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstart's Cruiserweight campaign begins.
E side, it's gonna be light parties.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
3 into light parties.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops of these days. We're just getting started. Keep grooving, baby.
3 into rolls.
Supports
Basking the
first.
spotlight and
3-1 ranged. 3-1.
an invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond?
Out first.
Out and in.
Supports.
The A side. Can be rolls.
DPS.
Oh shit. Okay.
The
4 into
challenger
rolls.
down.
4 into
Is
rolls.
this the end?
Remember to
I guess
dodge.
Right, Yoshi.
The challenger rises again. Can they turn this around? You're up, dancers.
Hands.
Man.
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now. The fever's taking hold. Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green?
Start left.
VCs are
Like
out.
there's no tomorrow.
That was the 16 DC.
Xbox. And sub. I can't get Samba. Yeah.
I've got me gun.
Not
Okay.
bad, but I reckon you've got more in you.
B side is gonna be light parties.
Ranged east.
On the dance floor, everyone's a star.
I'll stay furthest out.
Okay.
Spread. Spread.
Will be pairs next.
Okay.
Pairs.
Pairs.
Don't get baited.
Out.
Out then in.
Come on, show me your moves.
2 into light parties.
big line.
We have frogs coming up.
Remember colors?
Back to it, dancers.
Not that one yet.
Oh,
This is the
oh
one and
okay.
North,
two.
south, east, west. Yeah. East, west.
Yes.
Pairs.
Fans. Oh no, sorry. Not that.
Colors. Color mates. Supports
Colors,
first.
No
Spade.
bullshit.
Four against spotlight first.
Bait cardinal. Bait cardinal. Now bait intercard.
Oh no, that
I got
was too
Kyo.
much for the challenger.
Oh, I was my fault. Sorry.
Okay.
This will be
I will get
roll,
Psy after.
rolls at the
We're just getting started.
rolls.
Three
into
into
rolls.
rolls.
Got Yazith.
I don't have any mid here.
We're good.
Mid as much as you can. I will get Yoshi. Got him.
Here, mini.
I think this is fan again.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
Fan out.
Do this the same way. Immediately following, we're gonna have dodges.
The night's reached a fever pitch. All eyes are on dancing green.
Thank you. I don't have Yo. Actually, sorry.
I'm up.
Start dodging.
Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Starting right.
Let's finish with style.
Any perfect roovers?
Hell yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
So coming up is Frog Tirage. Just look for the safe cardinal. If anyone sees it, call it.
But I reckon you've got more in you.
It's gonna be safe cardinal, and then half room cleave. From the boss. The final one, that is.
You're up, dancers.
You can just be max melee at the boss. A.
A.
A
B.
to
B.
B, B,
B. Half room. Stay here. Stay B.
Good shit.
Okay. This is gonna be supports bait the frogs first. In. Bait them north, south. Everyone else direct center. North, south bait. North, south bait. And we're doing the opposite. DPS are baiting now, and it's gonna be out. We're baiting east, west. Excuse me, we're baiting north, south.
East west.
Yeah, center's not safe there.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Heal LB3 if you can.
Might have to give me the safe spot here.
C.
Use
Right.
Immunity if you can.
I got Yo, get away from me. I'm going to D.
Alright, like just got rezzed.
No, you're fine.
Show us some electrifying.
Okay, there's gonna be in and outs and partners and spreads. Get to your clock roughly. And partners.
Partners. Dodge up B.
In then out.
Spread.
Right.
That's the last mechanic. These are
Big
raid
wide.
wides till death.
Oh, okay. Huge. Hey. Oh damn, this goes on for a while.
Yeah.
Let's bring the
forgot
night
it's the first
to a
four things.
scorching close.
Oh,
This is a long ass enrage.
this is a long ass. Oh, okay.
That was one hell of a party. Let's do it again
This
sometime.
is a banger. Nice.
Alright,
Yo, let's
now
go.
we just go.
That's fun.
Easy.
How do we dodge that last mechanic there?
Did you
Tank
evolve?
LB, maybe?
Uh,
Anybody have any
Check.
questions?
No.
I understand the fight now.
Alright,
Yes.
I am not going to be res prio anymore
Actually-
unless things get bad.
I have one thing I wanted to say, which I don't think you're correct, Stair, because like I was watching that time. I'm pretty sure you get the debuff based on when you get hit from the
Then-
Proteans when we fan.
Yeah, I think someone mentioned it, and I might have gotten hit by an extra cleave that might have messed up my timer.
Oh, okay.
That-
That makes
that's
more
not
sense.
helpful.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
that
so
is-
it is based on when you get hit by the Protean when we fan out. So just keep that in mind, I guess. Right after you get hit, you can look at your timer and you'll know, basically.
Real quick, if everyone could take a look at slides 17 and 18, those are those two mechanics.
Mhm.
These two slides could happen in any order. There's always going to be an in pattern followed by an out pattern, or an out pattern followed by an in pattern, and it's always going to be supports are baiting the first set of frogs.
Does it
Okay.
rotate every time, or could it be the same?
It's the opposite. It's one and then the other. Yeah.
Oh, so it can go outside first or inside first.
Yes.
And then
it's the opposite following that. Yep.
and support's always first. Okay.
Supports
I
always
guess what
first.
I mean is like, in terms of how it actually I'm trying to think how to phrase this. So like from slide 17, right? There's a big AoE between 1 and 2 and 4 and 3.
Yes.
And then like on slide 18, the AoEs are still parallel to like the starting AoEs at 17. Does it
No,
always
it-
do that, or does it rotate
No,
potentially?
no, I think it can. I think it rotated last poll.
Yeah, last pull
Okay.
it was 90 degrees off from the first one.
So does it always go 90 degrees, or is it random?
I think it's random.
Okay. I think that's what threw me off, is because like I was expecting it to like be the same, or I'm not even sure, but that's I guess I'll just look out for it.
We ain't in
So-
a fruit anymore. They actually
So for slides
Stop.
17 and 18 that you said, Crimson, it doesn't matter what one comes first. It's always supports baiting first, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, and you'll
Okay.
bait at your color pair.
Yeah. Okay. So that's for me. That's 1. Okay.
No, you're 4.
Oh. Okay.
Your colors are
All
4
right.
and
I'm
D.
D now. Okay.
I'm still a little bit confused on just going for no one prio, since I think me and Yoshi took the same light.
Yeah,
cool.
in that case, our safe spots would have been north and south. I'm not sure what I should have prioritized there. I went north, but it was north on east side.
Do you want to prioritize west and then I prioritize east? I think that would work then.
Okay. I would basically have to run through the whole boss then.
Well, I think Yoshi,
Actually,
you
no,
do
you
north
just-
for most of your other mechanics, right?
Yeah, because I've been starting north, so maybe I shouldn't be.
Or I guess I could do. The thing is,
If
like,
the-
it's always
if the
gonna
two
be
tanks are
because it's always going to be like two corners that are gonna like light up, right, or be safe, based on the diagram
Yeah.
that I shared earlier. So half the time you're gonna get screwed. You're gonna be like south. Half the time you'll be north, based on that sort of prio. So yeah, I guess.
I think the tanks are always doing, I mean, A and C for their prio, right? So
Okay.
wouldn't it make sense for you two to do B and D for yours? Or am I missing something?
Well, in that case, the safe spots for us were like to the right of A and to the left of C. So if I was going to C, I'd have to go through the whole boss.
All,
from where
all
I'm
4 of
starting.
them were?
I don't I think that you guys could just do the same thing that Sai and I do, which is like you don't have to do B or D. You could just do one of you takes the northmost spot, the other takes the southmost spot, and regardless of if it's like on the east or west, that's just the spot you take.
Okay, so I'll just be south side then. So it'll be
Okay.
the south 4 squares, and you'll be the north 4 squares.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That works then.
Lion.
Unless you prefer to do it a different way, Yoshi, I'm just suggesting how we do it at least, but
Oh, that works for me.
Video gaming. Let's try one more pull, I guess, because then we have to re-instance. Did you guys know that my crafter kitten sent me 99?
I will probably switch to Black Mage if we have to re-instance.
That's fine.
Because it's genuinely easier to keep uptime. Definitely not. I'm not doing it because of I want to play Black Mage. It's literally I swear it's gonna be easier.
Yeah.
You gotta tell yourself.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Hate it.
Yeah, like it's for the party for sure.
Let's keep my buffs.
B side, light parties.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
Free into light parties.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops of these things.
A side rolls.
I love it. It's just like basically time too.
2 into rolls.
Right, listen to the range call.
DPS.
Ranged are 2, 4, 2, 4.
An invitation to dance. How will the challenger
Out then
respond?
in. A side, it's gonna be rolls.
In now.
Gonna be rolls here. 3 into rolls.
I'm gonna dodge.
Frog!
Sorry, Fox, I'm all
Oh,
over the
the-
place.
Damage
Oh, it's
downs
all
are
good.
really short in this fight.
Dude, I'm
It's not fruit. What do you mean?
Down to
Fans, man.
99% damage down for
Fans,
2 minutes.
fans.
Let's turn
Only
up
fans?
the heat. Try to keep up now. The fever's taken hold. Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green?
That's all. Or, yeah, I got him.
Technices.
I'll stack up an AO.
There's no tomorrow.
Uh,
Oh, you don't need. Okay.
Right first.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Let's finish with style.
Video gaming.
I'm gonna die.
Hey, what are you trying
God.
to do? Put the crowd to sleep?
Ranged east.
It's gonna be rolls.
On the dance floor,
Actually, I light sub.
everyone's a
You go
star.
first, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say
An AOI will always go out here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spread.
Red.
pairs.
The challenger's down.
I got
Is this the end?
in the now.
Out. It's gonna be rolls, 4 into rolls.
This fight is so cute.
Back to it, dancers.
Okay, north, south, or east, west. North, south.
Partners.
You can roll your GCD for that.
Bask in the
Color.
Yank
spring
healers are
rain,
first
burn,
for
baby.
the lights.
Bait intercard.
Oh, okay.
Bait cardinal next.
Oh no, that was too
Go.
much for the challenger.
A side.
We're just getting
It's gonna be
started.
rolls, 4 into rolls.
Groovin', baby.
I got Fox. I got
Good way.
There's also popular move.
The challenger rises
We got
again.
Disco Infernal
Can they
2,
turn this around?
sorry. We got Let's Dance coming up.
Hardcast.
So fan spots coming up,
Take
fan
it
spots now.
away.
Swift coming up soon for me.
Oh, side Fox.
Hand spot.
I feel the fever coming on again.
As soon as I can.
The night's reached a fever pitch. All eyes are on dancing green.
Check
Like
frogs.
there's no tomorrow.
I got kill.
Let's finish with
Yeah.
style.
Yay.
Groovy moves. The crowd's loving it.
Let's go. Okay, we have Final Frogs. Remember, it's going to be support baiting first.
Roar up, dancers.
Yeah, look at your colors. Remember
Yep.
which color you're baiting at.
Oh, no, this is the
Oh,
creeper.
A,
Oh, sorry,
A. And then C.
Pop sprinter.
Right.
Will the challenger be all right?
Sorry about that. Forgot about that mechanic. Now this supports baiting first. Color pairs. Out. North, south, out. Gonna be the opposite now. And then DPS do.
Supports the straight and center.
Yeah.
We're baiting east and west.
I'm getting Yoshi.
You guys have.
Please.
A, left of A, left of A, left of A.
Oh. People.
Square.
I don't
I
have any mana
am
left.
getting.
I got
Mouse
Swift, I
Gate.
got Swift, I got
I'm
Swift.
getting. Okay. I have a heal.
Show us some electrifying
Dodge.
Get to your-
moves.
Dodged.
They're back
Yeah,
on
go
their
with your
feet.
partner.
Let's see if they can stay standing.
On your buddy.
Partners,
Yeah.
partners.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys should be more out as
Out
range
to
for
in.
that.
Out to in.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm out of mana.
We could healer. No, spread.
Spread.
Top
Shouldn't
for
have
that,
talked to
where
the-
we-
yeah, raid
we
wide,
Raid
raid
wide.
wide.
Such potent magics. But will they be enough
I was just gonna say we should
to
take that more. Four. At four.
Yeah.
I'm probably not meeting this.
It's okay. Full reinstance and grab Black Mage.
Getting cleaner.
Bring the night to a scorching close.
I think I was out of mana for like 80% of that fight. We had like 20 fucking deaths.
We also used the healer LV3.
That was one hell of a party. Let's do it again sometime.
New best pool.
Good shit. Good shit.
Just leave really quick, repair, and then re-instance. Let's try and kill the fight before our break, hopefully.
In the middle.
I'm not really into that.
No. I don't need one personally. But I'm just like better than like all of you. 'Cause, holy shit, yeah, repair your shit.
I'll be right back real quick.
And maybe fucking sick as hell if we gotta kill like real quick. Give us like 2 hours to fucking do M6. That'd be so fucking sweet.
What are you trying to say, man?
I'm saying I hope we kill quick so we can get a
Oh,
lot of
same.
time in M6 tonight.
Yeah.
Because that's a huge advantage going into tomorrow if we can see like a couple mechanics into M6.
I agree.
Good calls, by the way.
Thank you, Fox.
Thanks.
Thank you,
babe.
Saba.
Bro, that's the most I can do. My brain cells are fully engaged on Bard.
How much? What's your dot up time looking like? Hang on, let me
Let's not talk about it, bro. Let's not fucking talk about it. It's actually, I think it's been okay unless I die, and I've been dying like every pull, so it's pretty
I'm back.
garbage.
If it makes you feel better, I've killed myself like 50 times to regain animation lot.
Same. Same.
I'm finding the opposite. I'm fucking ascending. I'm just disconnecting, never getting punished. It's crazy.
At least one of us is.
Bro, you're playing Paladin.
Wait, hold up here. Hold on, time out here.
Yacht.
Alright.
Where's y'all portraits? Why are we only 4 out of date?
As a reminder,
This game is
we do not
fucking
have
shit,
red
bro.
mage
That's why.
anymore.
If this game made a functional portrait system, I would have had one.
Time to pull.
It's funny
Time
how
to pull
the
an
first version
NQS.
was like really fine, but they kind of just fucked everything up afterwards.
Yeah, they just decided
Yeah.
they wanted to make some fucking absurdly retarded version of it. Like, I don't even understand. Any human being could have made a better version than what they made for this fucking thing.
Hear me out. What if it automatically fucking do it for you? That's crazy. That's asking too much, though.
You should be fucking grateful you have what you have now.
My fucking bad.
A side, it's rolls. I have to say it that way because I can't remember when I'm first starting to say it. It's foreign to rolls.
Oh, there.
Oh my god.
Right.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with these.
I saw the wrong one.
Light
Was
party.
that on
Light
the bingo?
And you probably have the bingo
Great
done
start.
already.
Light
Okay.
parties.
Moving, baby.
Doing the light parties.
So fucking funny. Oh my
Look at
god.
that fucking shield, by the way. Jesus Christ.
Huh?
You had like 4 bars of shield on you there, Jade.
Alright,
Yeah.
start thinking about your spotlight.
Pretty thick.
Supports first.
Spotlight and
2, 4.
burn. An invitation to dance. How will the
In
challenger
and out.
respond?
Supports first. Light
East
parties at the
side.
end.
guessing now.
Two into light parties.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
Ooh.
That's my bad. I
Oh, that's
got
okay.
completely. I forgot to make my way north.
What the fuck? I'm in the wall.
Oh, is it a dot wall, not an instant kill wall?
No, it's like I thought I was in the wall and I happened to stop moving and my pixel was outside of the wall.
Yo, Black Mage is fucking lit in this fight. It's so much easier than Red Mage because I don't have to go in every now and then to melee. I can literally just fuck off.
You know what I'm blaming right now? I blame my melee brain.
Are you ready to get
Jesus,
down?
Excuses, excuses.
The upstart
Yeah,
cruiserweight
I have a little bit longer to use them. Oh fuck it. That was his range brain.
Yes, brother. You understand.
A side rolls.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
2 and then rolls.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with these days.
Light parties next.
We're just getting started.
Two into light parties.
Keep grooving, baby.
Is that baited onto the healer? Does anyone know?
The light parties, yes.
Okay. I was just curious.
Why do they not stand exactly where you want them to?
No, I was wondering what happened last time when everyone fucking
Oh.
died. I was like, who did that target?
Bask in the
Sports
spotlight
first.
and
2,
burn, baby,
4.
burn. An invitation to dance. How will the
Out and
challenger
in.
respond?
Supports with the spotlight.
B side.
Fuck me.
That.
Oh,
Getting
no,
boxed.
that was too much for the challenger.
Side.
In.
This would be light parties.
4.
The challenger rises
Or the
again.
light parties.
Can they turn this around?
Oh my god!
How the fuck did I make?
Stop! Good recovery?
You're up, dancers.
Fans.
Hands.
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep
Never
up
dodge.
now. The fever's taken hold. Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green?
Can he give it?
Dance like there's no
Check Nisi.
tomorrow.
Start right.
Job.
Let's finish with style.
Perfect roof.
Not bad, but I reckon you've got more in you.
Light
B
parties.
side. Light parties.
On the dance floor, everyone's a star.
Ranged east.
Spread.
Spread.
Will be partners next.
challenger's down. Is this the end?
In then out. In then out.
Come on, show me your moves.
3 into light parties.
Sorry, Fox, I was like casting.
All good.
Back to it, dancers.
Hey, north, south, or east, west? North, south.
Partners.
Bask in the spotlight and burn.
Support spotlight first.
We have DPS bait. Support spotlight. Bait intercard.
B side. Light parties.
We're just getting started.
3 into light parties.
Moving, baby.
Probably when they're coming up, by the way.
Thank you.
Dancers, take it away.
Dance.
Yeah, baby. I feel the fever coming on again. The night's reached a fever pitch. All eyes are on dancing green.
Raising Yoshi.
Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Tech dodge,
starting
dodge.
That was actually an easier dodge pattern.
Yeah.
I thought I was fucking south there, but I was standing like a full square ahead. Fucking
Perfect
dummy.
groove.
Groovy moves. The crowd's loving it.
Is that a oh my god, that's a buff. I love that.
Yep.
It's a DPS buff.
You're up, dancers.
Sorry guys, I'm
Great.
slow.
It's gonna be support spading first. Or no, sorry.
No,
North.
It's just clears.
North A. A.
Pop sprint as well.
A. Stay here.
and then shift
Left.
to the towards the
Left. The
Yeet
fuck was
right.
that, bro?
Support's baiting first. Out. Out.
That's my bad. I killed you, Fox.
Ranged baiting next.
I know.
DPS
Oh,
beta.
oh.
DPS baiting north south.
Party
They're
Fox.
back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Taking care of side.
Healer.
Healer at least.
Right, left of C, left of C, left of C.
Will the challenger be all right?
Fall.
Show us some electrifying
Get your
moves.
clockish.
Okay, we'll get it. We'll go move slowly.
Range
Yeah,
go
moving
out.
to 4.
Spread.
Spread,
I'll
spread.
spread further.
Spread.
Oh shit. Hitting Yelza.
CMB.
Getting
Out
Fox.
and in, out and in.
Out.
Out and in. Fox is out.
In.
In.
This will be pairs after.
Pairs has already gone off.
Oh, no
Oh.
pairs.
Oh, never mind, never mind. Pairs, sorry.
2 raid whites.
Okay. I have Bell. Okay.
Should be
Not
last
potted.
one. Last AoE.
Okay.
Only tank damage now.
Let's bring the night to a scorching close.
Fine.
That's the only way we have enough time for another 2 minutes here, right? That's it.
No.
No, it'll go off before. It'll like go off just as
That
it
was
hits.
one hell of a party. Let's do it again sometime.
Were you too far north that time for that, Yazeth, at the end?
I was in
I feel like you were.
Maybe. I was in the bottom square, but I guess I was more north. I didn't like expect to see you there. Because I didn't see your body behind the boss in the last second. So that was
Yeah, I
kinda
guess
bad.
just use like the no, it's all good. Just use like the middle of the arena as the like demarcation line, I guess. Just always be
Like here, I
south,
guess?
and then we'll
Okay.
always be north, Yoshi and I.
Okay.
If it's spread, let's just do around our clock spot. Or around our cardinal. I don't know how you guys want to do it.
I don't think it really works for the melees for that side, because like you basically just one of you needs to take the inner spot and the other needs to take the more outer spot on the melee side.
Oh, okay.
Because there's always like 2 melees or 2 spots within melee range free.
Okay. I get what you mean.
Yeah, well, you guys
I'll-
can figure it out on that side.
Yeah, I'll take the further spot, guys.
Okay, so it'll be like in the hitbox for the boss then.
Yeah. You want the inner or outer spot, Yoshi?
I'll take outer.
Or an outie?
Outies.
Oh, that's too far.
Are you ready to get down?
Oh, what?
The Upstart's
Oh,
cruiserweight campaign begins.
We should probably just like this is just really fucked up.
It'll probably
What do you
jump
mean?
back.
He's centered.
It'll jump back for left, right, probably.
Everything I've pressed is like completely fucked up because I'm very confused. Like parties, I guess.
Can you keep up
My
with the
rotation is like
rhythm?
unbelievably fucked.
4 and then light parties.
Really good breaker moment.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with each.
Rolls next.
We're just getting started. Keep grooving.
Beats
baby.
rolls.
Bask in the
Supports first.
spotlight and burn,
1-3 ranged.
An invitation to dance. How will the challenger
In
respond?
first.
Out.
Supports first. This will be rolls at the
Light
end.
cards rules.
So bad about getting hit there.
No, the squares go up a lot later than you think. It's kind of
4 into
Warrants or rolls.
twos.
I honestly should have just like forced us to wipe at the start because like I can't fucking play this full. Shit is so unbelievably fucked up for me.
Blood sacrifice.
You're up, dancers.
Hands.
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now. The fever's taken hold. Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green?
Turret left.
Dance like there's no tomorrow.
I'm getting. He's up.
Let's finish with style. Hey, what are you trying to do? Put the crowd to sleep?
B side, it's gonna be light parties.
On the dance floor, everyone's a star.
Ranged east.
Spread.
Spread.
Sab, I'm gonna move up on these new pilots.
Partners.
Yep.
Invaded. In then out.
Come on, show me your moves.
Light parties.
4.
Funny ones.
Back to it, dancers.
The Wangle.
It's gonna be either north, south, east, west. East, west.
Partner.
Color rates.
Spotlight and burn, baby, burn.
DPS bait first.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
I got. Oh, you got him. Okay.
DPS needs to bait the south one. Flip to B side, it's light parties. Green to light parties.
Groovin', baby.
Getting Yaza.
Light parties. Good shit.
AoE raid rock.
Go back on their
Yeah.
feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Good call, by the way.
Dancers, take it away.
Yeah, good sack. Got it.
Yeah, baby. I
fans,
feel the
only
fever
fans.
coming on again. The Knights reached a fever pitch. All eyes are on Dancing Green.
Getting Saba.
Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Eyes up. Watch wrong.
Let's finish with style.
Really. They're dead.
Groovy moves. The crowd's loving it. You're up, dancers.
Uh,
Yeah. Stay.
A. And move to the
A.
left. Okay,
wait.
supports are gonna bait first here. In, everyone else direct center. Baiting north-south.
The challenger's down.
Outside.
Is this the end?
DPS are baiting now. It's gonna be out.
The challenger rise it again. Can they turn this around?
Wait,
Wrong
what?
spot.
Oh shit. Okay. I got so confused.
Healer
Yeah.
LT, healer.
Can't do it. A.
A.
The
No,
challenger's
don't worry.
all right.
Are casting.
Show us some electrifying moves.
It's your
Remember
clock.
our spots, your buddies.
We're moving to 4. Bravo.
Spread.
Oh shit.
We'll be in and out.
Out then in, out then in.
Pairs coming.
It's near me.
Last 2 raid wides.
We haven't potted. I think we're still off. Just gotta clean up some stuff.
There's still a lot of deaths.
Yeah.
Yeah. For that, like, snakes mechanic, Jaden, you were in my spot again. I wasn't able to make it in time to not kill Sai, but, like, when we have to bait for the second time when we're baiting, when it's either, like, everyone in for the baits or out for the baits, you were at the 1 spot instead of the 4 spot.
Oh, okay. Can you, what slide is that, sorry? Because I don't know what snakes is.
Then he's talking about the
I'm just calling it
waves.
snakes. It's
Or-
Frog Tirage
Frog Rush
2.
Frog's question mark is slide
Never mind.
17, 18.
Yeah, 17.
Okay.
Oh, I went
Like,
to
you
1.
took my spot at the Warrior on slide 17
Oh, okay.
when you're
Okay.
supposed to be
My
at
bad.
the Scholar spot, but it was actually for the in pattern. So, like, you were on slide
should've
18, you
been-
were where the Dancer was when you should have been where the Dragoon was.
I understand, I'm sorry.
That's all good. Food check, by the way. If I do that kind of war crime on my opener again, I'm fucking wiping and I'm refusing to play the game until we wipe.
Are you ready?
That was
I turned off my
actually
tank stance for you, Fox.
The upstart
that was
cruising
fucking
ahead.
crazy, dude.
How bad was it?
Like, unbelievably bad. Like, I actually could not play the fucking game for the first like 3 minutes. B side, light parties.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
Born to light parties.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with these.
A side, rolls.
We're just getting started.
2 into rolls.
Groovin', baby.
It's out. Tanks healers are first.
1-3 range.
An invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond?
Out then in. A side. Gonna be 2 into rolls. Okay, so I'll just always be a 1.
Okay.
'Cause I'm fucking trolling.
Roar up, dancers!
Hands.
Hands.
Let's turn up the heat.
Pay attention to what
Try to
needs
keep
get.
up now. The fever's taken hold. Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green? Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Left.
Need a long knee C.
Let's finish with style. Hey, what are you trying to do? Put the crowd to sleep?
Good pull. Let's stay locked in.
B side, it's gonna be light parties.
On the dance floor, everyone's a
Ranged
star.
east.
Pairs.
Partners.
Spreads next.
I'm staying.
Sorry, I should have went out there, Yoshi.
Yeah, getting Yoshi.
Okay,
In
inverse.
first.
Oh.
Come on, show me your moves.
Light party
2
on the
into
way.
light parties.
Good recovery.
Back to it, dancers.
North, south, east, west. East, west.
West.
Partners.
Bask in
Thanks,
the
healers, for spotlight.
Burn, baby, burn.
DPS will bait. Get your card.
Go to B. Stair. Go to B. Go to B.
Looks
The
like they
challenger's down.
1 bait B.
Is this the end?
I got both.
this will be rolls later.
We're just getting started.
4 into rolls.
Groovin', baby.
That's really nice, right?
Yeah,
Roll.
yeah.
Rolls.
Side move. Side move.
Oh. I can't fix that. DPS break.
That's still a nice double base side, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Quadra kill.
It was a good pull though. We're cleaning it up. Good job.
Yeah, almost there.
Or you know, I'll go fuck
Are
myself.
you ready to get down?
Yeah, if it's not too much trouble.
Yeah. Okay.
The Upstart's Cruiserweight campaign begins.
A side. Gonna be rolls.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
2 into rolls.
Dancing
Might
Green
break.
is pulling out all the stops with the experts. We're just getting started.
2 into light
Groovin',
parties.
baby. Bask in the
DPS
spotlight.
Ranged is
Burn, baby,
ranged is
burn.
2-4. 2-4.
An invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond?
Out then in. A side, it's gonna be rolls later.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
Four into
The
rolls.
challenger, rise it again. Can they turn this around?
Hardcasting Saba.
You're up, dancers.
Dance.
Let's turn up the heat.
Against your knees.
Try to keep up now. The fever's taken hold. Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green? Dance like there's no tomorrow. Let's finish with style.
I do want to talk about that strat because I actually fucking hate it. But
He said.
Good.
Hey, what are you trying to do? Put the crowd to sleep?
are we wiping? Oh, I
Yeah,
guess.
we had no resers.
So, like, what I really hate about that strat is getting into position. It's like, I know it's not super hard, but I feel like the debuffs when they go out doesn't actually match what the picture is, and it's like
Yeah,
fucking
it
with
isn't.
every single time. And
It's
Yeah.
not when they go out. It's during the Let's Dance cast.
I know, but like then trying to find the actual spot I need to go to is a lot while I'm actually trying to like look at the frogs that I just keep getting hit by the first frog or like barely
So-
not getting hit.
Think about it this way. You have, with the other strat, you have the same amount of time. It's just more of a safety net because if one person messes up, it doesn't kill all of us. That's the only difference. I hear what you're saying, but the other strat is everyone is out, and then when you're ready to pop, you go in. But if anybody messes up, we all die.
We're not. I don't think we're all gonna die. Just we'll have a huge dot, and then with the AoE at the end.
Because you even when the Let's Dance is going off, the fastest person still has 8 more seconds before they need to get to their spot. So you do not need to be in your spot right at the start. You can take like the first 3 cleaves or so to figure out where you need to be.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try. It feels so weird.
It might just be like just seeing it. It's still fast.
Yeah, I mean, we can go. It's I just objectively think it's a harder way to do it, but it doesn't matter.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstart's Cruiserweight campaign begins.
East side, light parties.
Can you keep up with the rhythm? Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with these.
Rolls.
We're just getting started.
2 into rolls.
Moving, baby.
DPS first.
Bask in the spotlight and
2-4 ranged.
an invitation to dance. How will the challenger
In then
respond?
out. A side, it's gonna be rolls. Two into rolls.
You're up, dancers.
Fan out.
That's
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now. The fever's taken hold. Can the Upstart keep up with Dancing Green?
Your
Dance
debuffs.
like there's no tomorrow. Let's finish with style.
I was missing an 8 second.
Hey, what are you trying to do? Put the crowd to sleep?
E side is gonna be light parties.
On the dance floor, everyone's a star.
Ranged east.
Spread.
Spread.
Stack.
Get baited melees. In then out.
Come on, show me your moves.
bring the light
3
party.
into light parties. think next up it's going to be north, south, east, west.
Back to it, dancers.
Yep. North, south.
Spread.
That's
The
my
challenger's down. Is this the end?
We're not going to be recovered in time.
Burn, baby, burn!
What's this wall?
The challenger rises again. Can they turn this around? Are you ready to get down? The Upstart's Cruiserweight campaign begins.
What?
Has he always been bull lighting there? Or am I just...
I honestly just mix it up.
Oh, okay.
Can you keep up
I was
with
like, I
the
usually
rhythm?
lift you, but okay. God.
It's 4 into light parties. 4 into light parties.
He's keeping us on our toes.
Dancing
For real.
Queen is pulling out
I
all
honestly
the
haven't
stops.
decided when I want to bow light yet, so I'm trying a few different things to see what's comfortable.
Okay.
We're just getting started. Keep grooving,
3 into
baby.
rolls. Psychotic.
DPS first.
Bask in the spotlight and
Range
burn
1, 3, 1, 3.
An invitation to dance. How will the challenger
Out
respond?
and in. Gonna be rolls.
The challenger's down.
Rolls. 2 into
Is this
rolls.
the end?
Roll.
The challenger rises again. Can they turn this around? You're up, dancers.
Fan.
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now. The fever's taking hold. Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green? Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Find spots. Start left.
And I was 9.
Yeah,
Oh,
8,
wait, what?
9, it's all the way north.
Let's
Sorry,
finish
Red
with
Crimson.
style.
I have, okay.
Not bad, but I reckon you've got more in you.
Got something too.
East side. It's gonna be light parties later. Light
On the
parties
dance
later.
floor, everyone's a star.
East.
Partner.
Partners.
Spread later. Spread.
Out then in. Out then in. It's gonna be light parties after this.
Come on, show me your moves.
2 into light parties. It's gonna be Frog Tirage up next. The north, south, east, west mechanic.
Back to it, dancers.
North south.
South.
Partner.
Bask in the spotlight.
DPS spotlight first.
Burn, baby,
Sports
burn.
bait. Spotlights intercard, bait cardinal. Spotlights will be cardinal, bait intercard.
We're just getting started.
Wayside.
Keep grooving, baby.
2 and then it's I did not see.
Roll.
Hell yeah.
Yo.
Hard window.
Yeah, if I'm doing the
Oh my
spotlight there,
God.
it's hard
Hard
to.
window.
All good. I can call that.
Maybe we need a macro so we can actually remember.
Dancers, take
Yeah,
it
it's like
away.
5-0.
Fans.
Hot.
Yeah, baby. I feel the fever coming on again. The night's reached a fever pitch. All eyes are on dancing green.
Get Yaza. That's about it.
I got double hit.
Saga.
Get the frogs.
Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Any groovers in chat?
With style.
Swift and Pike.
I guess I won't do that correctly.
Not bad.
Got a few
But
hoovers.
I reckon you
This-
got more in you.
We don't need to use melee LB. We might be okay. Or don't need to use range LB. We might be okay. So.
You're up, dancers.
This is just a
Save
cleave.
spot. A D.
Stay
Stay.
after.
Okay.
And stay again.
Stay.
I feel like if anyone gets hit by that right there, that's like fucking criminal.
Okay, this is support spading first.
We outer baits, right? Or inner baits? Inner bait.
In.
DPS center. We'll be outer baits now.
It'll be DPS baiting. Color pair bait.
We were to be outside.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
A, right side.
A, left of A.
Oh, will the challenger be all right?
After 2 is one of melee LB. Or we should wait till enrage actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, just hold it.
Show us some electrifying moves.
Home.
This will be spread.
Spread.
And then they'll be in and out.
In,
Sneak
in then out.
out. There will be pairs. Pairs.
Partners.
Do my one man first, then I'll
Get up.
okay.
Equals 1%.
Let's bring the night to a scorching close.
Come on. I don't think so.
Keep hitting.
That was one hell of a party. Let's do it again sometime.
Good pull.
Frog.
Go
That
again.
time,
A little bit cleaner.
how do you decipher if it's like in safe spot in or safe spot out? I'm having trouble decide like where I ate shit. If that makes sense.
What do you mean?
Like
It's
when,
if the center, you see, you know how they like go on this line here
yeah.
and
Yeah, this line.
this
here.
line here, if they're north south, if they cross these two center lines
Oh,
and
it's
they
where,
leave an
like,
AOE,
okay.
then center is not safe.
Okay, so it's where you're like, okay, good to know.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I keep getting like the burn, so I don't know if I'm just fucking amnesia or if it's like someone else is.
If the Nice
Well,
is
the
done
Nices
properly,
feel-
we
the
would not
Nices
have.
feel
We would not,
off.
if the Nices are done properly, we wouldn't get a dot, and the final cast doesn't do a raid wide.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just looking back at the fall, see if
The
I
Nices
did anything
feel
wrong
off.
or not.
I honestly don't think
Yeah,
we should like even worry about it right now, and we should just continue on and
Yeah.
clean up the rest of the fight.
Okay.
David, I did
Yeah.
rescue you because I saw we were
Yeah,
both
you're
the
right.
hardest. Yeah.
Yeah, you're totally fine.
Go again.
I totally understand the like issues with the Nices, but at the end of the day, like we can kind of zombie through it, and it's not the end of the world
Are you ready to get down?
for now. That is.
The Upstart Cruiserweight campaign begins.
A side rolls.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
4 into rolls.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with Easter.
B side light party.
We're just getting started. Keep
4 into light
grooving,
party.
baby.
DBS first.
In the spotlight
1-3 ranged.
and an invitation to dance. How will the challenger
In then
respond?
out. B side. It's gonna be light parties. Three into light parties.
Choose.
see a fucking bard in between two tank busters for a second.
You're up, dancers.
Fans?
Let's turn up the heat.
Focus so you don't get clipped.
Try to keep up now. The fevers take it home. Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green? Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Find positions. Start right.
We did it
That was
right.
done correctly.
guys.
Holy
Finish
shit.
with style.
Let's go.
No fucking way. We're all grooving.
No.
So I click it off.
God damn it!
Click it off.
Did I click it off? No way.
Yeah, you,
What
No,
the fuck?
you immediately when you said
You.
focus up, don't get clipped, you got clipped.
Oh, you know, that
East
was
side.
Yeah.
Alright, let's fix it.
my parties.
Light party.
On the dance floor,
Gonna be a light party later.
everyone's a star.
Ranged east.
Spread.
Spread. Out
Out
then
first.
in. Out then in.
Come on, show me your moves.
Two then light parties. Two then light parties. Zaba, I'll let you call the like spreads or partners, and then I'll call the outer in if that works for you.
Okay.
Back to it, dancers.
North south.
Out.
Partner.
Bask in the
DPS first.
spotlight and burn,
DPS
burn,
spotlights.
burn.
Spotlights on Cardinals, bait intercard.
Look for A or B
Spotlights will be
side.
on bait Cardinal next.
A side is gonna be rolls.
We're just getting started.
Two into rolls.
Moving, baby.
Rolls. Hot windows here.
Dancers, take it away.
Fan.
Yeah, baby. I feel the fever coming on again. The night's reached a fever pitch. All eyes are on Dancing Green.
Look at frogs.
Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Start left.
Am I so bad at that?
Let's finish with style.
Is that a double groove for the boy though?
Let's
That's
go.
a double groove.
Double groove.
Double grooming.
Groovy moves. The crowd's loving it.
Hey, stay locked in. We got this.
You're up, dead.
Just listen to if it's in or out.
This is a dodge first.
Oh, sorry. Thank
C.
you. We're done.
No,
C.
D, 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 D,
Oh.
D, D.
Hey,
Gaming.
The next frog mechanic is in or out.
Thank you. Let's call that.
Supports baiting first. Out.
The challenger's down.
DPS
This
baiting
is the end.
in. Good at your color pair, north south.
They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Stay focused. Dodges.
Left of it. Right of A, right of A.
Tank
Will
busters,
the challenger
avoid.
be all right?
Nice. We got this shit.
Remember to dodge.
Everybody wall.
Electrifying.
Alright, dodge the floor. Dodge the floor.
With your homie.
What power? Looks like someone isn't holding back.
This will be
Partners.
partner. They'll be in and out.
Next.
In and out. Out.
Spread. This will be a spread upcoming. Spread now.
GG's.
Dodging. Free.
You got this.
Free.
hey.
Nice.
Yeah.
Alright, nobody roll on gear. You roll on gear.
Photo
Good shit.
time.
Good shit.
What a... Is this the guild master coming in, dude? Is this loot master?
Hell yeah, bro.
What the fuck?
Alright.
Okay. What do I need?
What dropped? Okay. Give me 1 second before we roll. Let me pull up the sheet.
Yo, picture.
Oh yeah. If you want to set that up while I'm working on gear.
Okay.
We did
So
it.
Sai and I rolled need on earrings.
shit.
Everyone else passed the earrings.
Fucking did.
Yes. Sai and Fox roll on earrings. Everyone else pass on earrings.
Alright, passing.
Let me know who gets it.
I got it.
Sai got it, dude.
Necklace is between Yazith and Yoshi. Do
Okay.
either of you have preference? Yoshi needs one more piece of raid, so it should probably go to Yoshi.
Well, that sounds good to me.
All right, I'll just greet it then, just in case.
Yep. Everyone
is
else. The necklace, everyone but Yoshi is passing. Yoshi is
Okay.
needing. Mark that. Bracelet. Bracelet is Yoshi. Just Yoshi. So Yoshi should get that. Everyone pass on the bracelet but Yoshi. And then the ring should go to Yazith. So everyone pass on the ring but Yazith.
Thank you. Oh yeah, pictures.
Cool.
Or
Okay.
do you guys see the
can
pictures or
everybody...
what?
Picture.
I want to have me. Yes, we do.
Okay.
I want to make sure we get Broski in the picture.
I literally can't turn off AF, by the way, anymore, so you just get these fireballs.
I'm gonna fucking
Lovely.
hurt you. JK. Okay, everybody do a pose.
I'm doing my pose.
That's my post.
Okay. I'm doing my pose. Fox is nothing.
I have my weapon out. This is my battle pose.
Oh, my back.
Got some time to
Yeah, we got
get
an
like an hour
hour.
and 15 to go into M6, so that's good.
We want to take like 15 minutes real quick to review M6 while
I need to use the bathroom.
Yeah, just break and review
Maybe
M6,
let's
I guess.
take 5 and then come back and quickly review the first few things.
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
The ads are gonna be a pain in the ass, aren't they?
I'm gonna run to the restroom.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, same here. Your beat.
Fox, in exchange for
What's up?
letting me the earring, you can have the head and hands if they drop. Just kidding.
Just
Never mind,
I
just
will
kidding.
get
kidding.
it this time.
All DPS need it.
Yeah,
We don't get shit anymore, never mind.
bro, it's okay. Since you got the earrings, when tanks get the head, hands, and pants, I'll just pick up those bad boys. You'll get the second round.
Yeah, okay, I got
That
you.
seems fair.
That's fair enough. Don't worry, I'll get the paladin weapon drop.
That'd be big. I'd be happy. Having a usable fucking weapon, I'd be happy for anyone. I'm looking at the toolbox, and I don't understand on slide 4 when they do the light parties, they have like the melees on side or like the melees in the back. That's kind of weird to me. Or I guess can the boss just not move at all?
What are you asking about? I just got back.
No, I honestly haven't looked at M6 really at all, but I was looking at slide 4 and I was a little confused why they have the spreads where they are or like the pairs where they are. Is the boss not movable at that time?
Hang on a second. Let me pull it up. Which one?
On slide 4 for the
It's not that the boss isn't movable. It's that
it's what
the arena
I-
parts of the arena are cut off. You're looking at the Toxic Friends M6S main, right?
Yeah, no, Stare answered in the chat.
Oh, okay.
It's like you get knocked over to that side.
Yeah. Every other part of the arena, the orange is all getting cleaved, so.
Yeah. I just wasn't sure if the boss was movable, but I guess you just get knocked and then you can't move the boss anyways.
No. You get knocked, and then I think you have like a half second to adjust after to get to either your stacks or partners.
So is this fight just a ton of ads and that's like most of the fight is just ads?
The middle of the fight is like 5 minutes of ads, yeah.
Gross.
And we have to kill them in specific orders and do things with them, and some of them tether on first hit. So like, yeah, it's a fucking thing.
I see.
God.
That reminds me, I need to put on stun.
Yeah.
Are you getting Shiva flashbacks, Yoshi?
No,
Do I need to put on anything?
not.
Yo,
Yeah,
are
my
we good
bad
to
for asking,
leave
that's fucked up.
instance?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Sure,
Also,
you all.
I think the loot sheet is a bit off. It says Yoshi got all 3 pieces, unless I missed something.
Oh, thank you.
Oh yeah, make sure to meld in
Yoshi's just
your
fucking...
gear and stuff.
Yazeth got ring. Sorry about that. Fixed.
That looks like a loot master fucking distribution for like a Discord kitten right there for Yoshi.
You know, she's the Discord kitten.
Yeah.
All right, give me a little bit to meld.
Holy shit, my play was a green? There's no way.
Dog,
Oh,
I
I
don't
ate
know, look at
tons of
mine.
shit, bruh. Ain't no way.
No fucking way. That was an abomination.
I
Hang on.
blued? How?
You blew up?
Yazeth and Fox with the 100s.
Yeah,
There's
easy.
what?
I
Is
don't
it-
think they're right.
It's not locked. No,
Oh,
no,
it's
it's
not
not.
right.
It is not.
Okay.
It is absolutely not.
It's absolutely
Why does it
not.
say 9 parses? That's not correct at all.
Because it's the
It's way
only
more than
hit
9.
by 9 people. God, get it together, Fox.
Yeah.
But no, there's
that's
no way
not-
that... I'm
No.
confused.
It's just
He's fucking
it
with
just
you.
has it locked in.
Wait, I'm actually ranked 2 out of 762 though.
Holy.
Goated?
That's
What if
fucking
it
big.
actually
What the
locks in?
What if what if you get 100? Then you don't need to parse this fight ever.
He's gonna
Holy
be like,
shit,
okay,
dude.
guys, we're not doing this fight anymore.
That'd be big.
Yeah, mine also says there's only 7 black mage parses, which certainly
not
not
29,
true.
29 paladin.
There's 17 for. There's supposedly 17 for bard, and I'm like, I don't
It's
know.
just
When
it's
you-
probably just overloaded.
When you go to the like ranking, it at least shows the number, because for Gunbreaker it does show 762. I'll take rank 2.
God
Let's fucking
damn.
go.
God
Who
damn.
said?
Yeah.
David said I was fucking washed like 2 hours ago. By the way,
Did he?
he
I
did.
did.
The voice.
Why did you say he was washed?
That's what I'm saying, dude.
I said paladin carried him. All right, switch clams,
The
everyone.
rank 11.
Switch
You-
clams. Okay.
Yo, nice slog, Yaza. This man's actually calling out pot timing too.
Goated.
You all
Like
said that he
what's up?
couldn't hang. That's what David said.
I
Oh
did
my
not
God.
say that. Do not lie to Yaza.
God.
There was a long conversation about it. I did not partake, but I was present.
He's lying. There was no such thing.
I still need to use my gear real quick. Or melt it.
Yeah.
No worries.
I honestly feel like I played that fight like a fucking animal, by the way, so I'm
Same
very
here.
shocked.
Dude, I play like dog shit.
There's a lot I can do
Don't
differently.
get-
There's so
don't-
many small moments that you get downtime for shit.
Dude, don't get clipped, guys. Gets instantly clipped.
I know. Oh my
you
god,
were
I was
like, lock in,
laughing.
guys. Don't get clipped.
Dude, I
You
fucking was like,
immediately
I
got
like,
clipped. Immediately.
dude, I moved the I started like just fucking like I moved my headset mic up so none of you guys could hear me start swearing.
Oh really?
I was like, oh my fucking god.
While we're waiting on melding, do we want to start reviewing?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, I'm streaming the shit.
Oh, you're streaming poo.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
so
so
ooey?
this kind of skips over like an AOE and a tank buster, whatever, not important.
Not important.
Boss will
okay.
shoot 2 times in the air for light parties after like during the next mech, and 4 shots for pairs. Pretty self-explanatory.
Before we continue, it might be important. I think if I recall, the tank buster is closest and furthest.
That is true. The players should be on the south on the boss's hitbox, and then one of the tanks needs to be max melee, the other needs to be like innermost. in the boss.
I'll be
Oh my God,
innermost,
over
you be
again.
outermost side.
Okay.
So I just go to like the wall or something then.
Yeah, okay.
Just
Just like Omega. Just like Omega.
All right. So double style. Before this, she will give us wings. She will cast like a wings thing and put it on us, and it will be a time debuff. When the time debuff wears off, you like go flying in the direction you're facing, which is what this red arrow indicates.
Gross.
So she will then draw some combination of Morble, Succubus, and Bomb. You can see the northern cone here is the Morble. The Bomb, I think, is over here, or the Succubus is over here. So we need to get knocked to 1, so we stand at 3 and it knocks us to 1. And then, depending on what the previous like gunshot in the air is, we either do light parties or pairs, which you can see here. I think we should do like looking in, group 2 right, group 1 left.
Yeah. That's our same as
Yeah. And then pairs, we should just kind of follow this, I guess. If anyone has any like notes.
One quick question, because while you're talking, I'm watching Xeno clear on this side. So for that mechanic with the Morble and the bombs, it looks like you're always going to be like flying and getting hit to where a bomb is to start. Right? Because they fly to the other side, right?
I
Let me
don't
send
know
a
if
picture
you're
of what I
always
mean.
going to where a bomb is. I know you're always going to the safe spot away from the, like, to dodge the succubus and the morble.
Oh, I see. Okay. Maybe I can't see the succubus too well on his picture, but that makes sense. Thank you.
That could be correct too. I just don't know. But I think the important thing, is, at least from my understanding, is the succubus and the morble. Next, Sticky Moose, we spread into clocks, and 2 people will get rooted, and then they will have a stack marker. We need to, as best we can, fill the stacks, and we will need to basically like adjust. They say here, if 2 players from the same group, the same light party, get targeted, use eyes. We will have to adjust to have 4 on each side. I think probably the thing that makes the most sense is to have tanks flex by default. But I mean, I'm open to ideas here if we want to have a system in place.
I mean, that's fine. That's after she changes the floor to sand for that?
No.
That's before?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, it's before.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's before. So just think about that. We can talk about a system if we get in there and we feel like we need it. But for now, just you want to go into your groups. And then she puts you into sand. Bunch of dodging happens. None of that is in this thing. So
The sand stuff is on his own raid plan. I think
Yeah,
it's
it's a
linked in the
separate
one you
raid
have there.
Okay, 1 second.
It's it's right in the
Look at
note, in the notes.
Yeah.
And why can't I
So
read
this is
D1?
really easy. Position boss between middle and D and dodge around it. Dodge a bunch of cactuses during this mechanic. There'll be 3 debuffs. There'll be 5 debuffs technically. There'll be 4 defamations, 2 with long timers, 2 with short timers, and there'll be 1 stack marker. The stack marker just plus everyone else stacks on the boss's hitbox. If you have a defamation, you go out, as it says here, tanks go northwest, DPS go southwest. Or you can just fuck off if you don't, it's fine. And then there will be the big, like, sinkhole in the middle. There'll be one side that has a big cactus that you can't go to. The party will go opposite that, and then the 2 remaining defamations will spread out to the 2 remaining safe spots. Final thing for sand phase is we're gonna get bombs on us, baited on us. Some of them will have wings. In this case, the DPS ones have wings, and the supports do not. The goal is to get the bombs in the sinkhole. So for the supports here, you just want to run into the sinkhole right before your bomb drops on you, and then move back out immediately. For the DPS, you just want to, like, aim your bomb so that it flies into the sinkhole.
Okay.
And that's the last thing in desert. I feel like that's probably enough to get us started, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
We're just going and pull.
And right after that, that's when ads start, I think, right?
Yeah, I believe it goes back from sand and then adds, yeah. And adds is a whole fucking thing.
It's a phase.
I don't know why the fuck they have. I thought like the norm was that shield healer was always group 2, but these raid plans they have in group 1. That's cringe. I'm the
I believe
scholar. NEO SMH. Yes.
I believe the color or the tank buster is called Color Riot, by the way.
Yeah,
Just so
it
you know.
is.
Okay.
I mean,
This song is a bop.
I'll just go to in the raid plan the group 2 spot, so that wherever the asteroid
Yeah,
is,
the ast. Yeah.
wherever the ass.
Whereas,
Oh, whoa.
Ooh.
Round. We
Iridim
all
just
fall
messaged
down.
me and he said in all capitals, "This ad phase is so ass." We're so cooked.
it's free.
Okay, how's
Just
the
message
glands
back
looking,
skill
King?
issue.
How's...
Wait, I thought this man couldn't raid. What the fuck?
No, I think he's watching somebody.
Range.
Oh, we all kind of went for different vibes here. I
Yeah,
won't
we
lie.
did go to free.
Yeah, I went for a super different vibe.
Bro, I just did the same.
Okay, wait,
vibe,
Enio
dude.
and I
have
are
one
kind of on the
blame.
same page, actually. Okay. Look at ours. Oh my god, wait, we're kind of on the same. Same with Yazid.
I know.
We all look cute as fuck. Saba, what the fuck is that?
Huh? It's the
What the
same
fuck is
glam.
that?
I have
No.
one glam for this tier. It is this glam.
First off, apologies for these markers. They are gonna be fucked up. They are not gonna be spaced well at all, but
This song is so good.
where do we want the inner cards, I guess? Do we want them more
I
in
think
or
just
out?
make a box for now. I think it's fine.
Yeah.
That's what they have in the diagram, so. This gate is off the wall, yo.
Boosting cats.
I just noticed she has like cat ears, but they're slimes.
Yeah.
Fucking Jover.
The way she holds the gun just reminds me of Monk as well. But you know.
I can
Yeah,
hear
it does look
cavities.
similar, yeah.
I hear the coyotes, oh my god. Lots first full.
I still got 300.
Oh my god, and you
Welcome to Sugar Riot's
Blood.
Gallery of Glamour.
That's how you go out.
Hey, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
What the?
On the boss hitbox.
What's your favorite color?
Yo, on the boss hitbox. Yep.
I'm dead.
This is when she puts the wings on us that make us fly.
this is a cool mechanic.
Yo, Saya's wings.
This is either gonna
yeah.
be
Let's see if my-
Reds.
Yeah, I got wings, literally.
That's partners.
Bomb and marble. So
Getting knocked to to 3. We're getting knocked to 3.
Let's see if they can stay
So be at 1-ish and point towards 3 now. Yeah.
oh, into the wall I go.
Where are you seeing the succubus? I'm not seeing that at all.
I think it's random, so she might appear
It's
next
random, I
time.
think.
No, I
it's
more mean
on a-
like
it's on a-
I
It's
physically
on the
don't see
outside
it.
of. It's
Oh,
like
okay.
on the wall.
Is it? Okay.
Oh.
I see. Alright. Let's roll.
Yeah, you need to be like on her ring for the hitbox for that.
Top.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of
I'm gonna admit this time.
Huge.
What's
On the
your
hitbox.
favorite color? Perhaps I'll draw this.
So I'll call where we're starting and then where we're going. I'll try to at least.
I think starting is fine because you're always getting hit across.
That's fair. Yep.
Light parties?
Partners? Or light parties? Oh, I see.
Succubus bomb.
Go to 3. Getting knocked to 1, I believe.
Oh shit.
Yeet. Oh
Agreed.
shit.
Should have greeted.
Oh, sorry. You're saying that.
This is the
Okay, I thought it was succubus and morble, but you're saying
No,
it's either
it's
succubus
either.
No,
or
no, no.
morble.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
one of them.
Could be
That makes more
succubus,
sense.
marble, bomb, winged bomb, I think.
Okay.
You do have to be a bit further
It's any
up.
yeah, it's any two of them.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Oh, it could even be succubus and morble.
Yeah.
Yes,
so.
I think so.
I
Yeah.
believe so, since
There
that's
should-
what's in the example in the
Yeah,
raid
there would
plan.
still be a safe spot.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I really have not. Like, I did not have much time to review for this fight.
Inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Oh,
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Glamours!
What's your favorite color?
Red.
Tiki.
Good color.
Perhaps I'll draw this.
And then the name of the next cast bar is if it's spread or light parties.
It's how many times she shoots in the air. She's already done it though.
Double
that
more.
one light party.
2 to 4.
4. Getting up to 4. Start at 2. Is it spread or partners? We don't know.
It shot twice.
locks you
Like,
in so fast. Fuck. My bad.
Light parties. Light parties.
Is this the end?
Fade wide.
For all the melee players, you get locked in before that cast bar finishes. By the way.
Oh, that's a spread.
Oh,
Shit.
that's the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Tank buster again. You know?
Oh,
Wow. Thanks, Sai.
Mm-mm.
like, you're over there. I don't know what you want.
All right. Dot starts. There's a dot that starts immediately with this cast. Go pull the boss to D afterwards, and then dodge around.
Goodness.
You can see those ticking down that have 40 seconds. Those are the deformations.
When I think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
Okay.
There's no stack, but it'd be like a yellow icon. Like a bright yellow one.
Alright, so dodge clockwise or just dodge? in general?
It does. There's no pattern to it.
Just
You just have
dies.
to dodge them.
Vegetable store
You just
of
suggest to
needles.
dodge around D and mid. I'm assuming so you don't get
problem.
clipped by deformations.
Oh, those autos hurt.
Why'd you say to bring her to D?
The reasoning is to dodge all around D, and then the deformations are resolved northwest and southwest. It could be any section. That's just what they have written here.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You could.
Then we
could
wouldn't be
technically do
dodging
any-
around the middle. We would just be dodging around D.
I think it depends on the pattern. I don't know exactly.
I think it's fine to go with mid. Like what we saw there, like mid was a safe spot, and like anywhere in around D was like just bad for a moment.
At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter where you dodge. It's kind of like a personal responsibility thing.
Well, maybe not stack like the northwest, southwest with the deformations, but yeah.
Yeah, if she shoots into the air.
The deformations are like after the last cactus, so
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
you have time to get back to the center of the arena.
Okay. Cool.
I guess what I'm maybe not understanding is like, why wouldn't we just do the whole mechanic around the middle? Because the deformations go to the side anyways, right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's
Um,
because if there's a cactus in the middle, you can't. You have to like disengage a lot more than if you drag her to the side.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's about how they spawn. I have no idea.
Okay.
Might be something to look into tomorrow.
Yeah.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Glamours!
your favorite color?
Red.
Perhaps I'll draw this.
Light
Light
parties.
Like artist.
Um,
2 to 4.
Going to 4 to 4. Start at 2.
Light parties.
Light parties, light parties.
Oh no! That was
Grabbing
too
stuff.
much, Challenger.
Ooh.
Holy shit!
Okay, we really need
never mind.
meds there. Holy shit.
We need mid, understood. I just walled.
Can you use like targetable
The challenger's
meds on
down.
that, like Fang and
This is
stuff?
the end.
Do we know?
I assume
I'm not
so.
sure.
I can tell you. Yep. 1 second. It's from Sugar Riot, so yes, it is targetable.
Okay.
I'll maybe
Bro,
I'll
how'd you
pop
know
it
that?
there.
Okay, yeah. I was using Feint during the opener for the Ray White, so yeah.
I'll pop Troop.
I can barrier there. For now. I'll get used to it though.
If you're doing a deep plug, you use Mantra there too. Oh, you don't plan to? I don't know. Oh wait, you're a useful opener, never mind.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Flowers.
What's your favorite color?
Reddies.
Perhaps I'll draw this.
Light party?
Going to 1. Going to 1. Start at 3. And then spread into light parties.
The challenger's down. This is the end.
Got a nail. Raid wide, raid wide, raid wide.
Clock.
Oh shit, sorry, it's the same cast. Similar cast. So this stacks on, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's how it works.
Ed?
Sorry, I mixed up the cast. Yeah, that's the clack thing, and then the stacks with the roots.
An image comes
Yeah,
to
no after
me.
Ray White.
I
After that,
hope
right?
you like
My
it hot
bad,
and
my bad.
sandy.
All good. I know it's still early, but can you either can you call the marker we go to or the marker we start at? I think both is
Yeah.
a little weird.
Okay.
I prefer the marker we start at. That's okay. If
Okay.
anybody else is okay with that or not.
We always go diagonal,
sure.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
okay
easier
then.
for me to find the one we start at and just go across instead of thinking opposite.
Yeah, thank you. I
Just
mean, I'm
looks
fine with
obvious.
either. It's more just when there's like 2 called at the same time, I think it can get a little more confusing to think about.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Flowers.
He seemed a lot healthier for that.
What's your favorite?
I almost called it a tank buster, but it basically fucking was the first time we saw it.
Yeah.
Perhaps I'll draw this.
Light party
Light
again?
parties.
Light party.
Light party. Start at 4. And then split into light parties.
The challenger's down. This is the
Clock,
end.
clock, clock.
Getting side.
Whoever gets hit, we need to move to them.
Me.
Move to me.
Oh, Psych immediately res there. Huge.
The challenger rises
Tank
again.
Buster.
Tank
Can they
Buster.
turn this around?
Sack on hitbox.
Literally like top.
Should be coming up to desert now.
I'll bring her slightly over to the after.
You can have a dot shroud this whole part.
Hot and sandy.
Just take a quick look at your debuffs here. Defamation on me, or excuse me, stack on me.
Defamation on me and Fox.
When I think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
I'm gonna turn my stance off side. You can vote.
Fox, do you want
going back
north
there.
or south?
I'll go north.
Watch out. It's a veritable storm of needles.
Oh shit, okay.
Truly use eyes mechanic.
The challenger.
Defamation's in 5. Go now, go now. Everyone else stack. Everyone else stack on me.
Oh, wait.
Psych?
Oh, my bad. I forgot. I was going first.
Is this clock again?
Clock, clock,
yeah,
clock,
this would be
clock,
quick.
clock.
Alright,
Stack
so
on me.
We tank LB if you can.
I got Yo.
There's something missing.
Okay.
Got Yoshi.
Hello?
Defamations,
quicksand.
defamations in 10.
Quicksand as well. Quicksand mechanic.
We're going to party to 1, party to 1. Defamation spread from there.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm drowning.
Yoshi.
What do you think of this?
Wings
You want to place
towards
these in
the-
there or bait them in there?
The blues go in. The blues go in.
Oh shit. Get away from
Oh.
B. Oh no, we're fine.
Oh.
We're fine.
Great white.
What do you mean fine?
That's a fast quicksand.
I meant fine as in I didn't kill us all, but someone else did.
Goodbye, Nao.
Goodbye, Fox.
Goodbye, Fox. Fox is still.
I just want to see the next mechanic so I can try to
This
remember.
ass, right?
Living
Shit.
alone gets all
Yes, this is
freaked out,
ads.
don't you think?
Oh, okay. Okay, then
So,
I don't get
range kill cat. Everyone else does other shit.
Bubbly.
A transformative
to
piece.
dot everything
The
as
fiend
Bard
has
here?
been
No way.
completely remade.
No way.
Did
There's
people
no
figure
fucking
out when
way.
to use like burst on this? I saw people using burst on the Java walk. Is that what it's called?
I know people typically save 2s for Java Walk, yeah. I don't
Okay.
I don't know enough about the phase to know
Yeah,
why.
Yeah,
But
me either.
I mean I know it's supposedly pretty tight before it kills a healer.
Okay.
So just to really quickly, like for the start of that phase, the main tank is going to tank the boss and the 2 squirrels between C and 3. The off tank is going to take the ram west at D.
Okay.
The order we are killing them is ranged, kill the cat, healers, kill the squirrels, melee, bring the ram to low HP. And then for the second spawn, there will be 2 mantas. We should have assigned people for that. I think it should be the 2 ranged players, probably.
Yeah. That
The
works.
first people that hit the mantas get tethered to them, and then we'll be dropping puddles at the edge of the arena.
range makes sense.
So I'll take the eastern one.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can the succubus is the marble always north, or can it be north south?
No.
Yeah,
It's always a
north.
cardinal. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And does it actually appear like in the
Yes.
arena? Okay, I might just be blind then.
It's
Same
more
with
like she
succubus?
paints it out, and it's like a painting of a Morble or a succubus.
Right, but then how do you know if it's like a cardinal. What cardinal it is?
It'll tether to that cardinal.
Oh, understood. Okay. I was looking for an actual fucking. My bad. Never mind.
It's all good.
I'm stupid.
We can talk about maybe the ads after we see like one more time, because you were saying some stuff, but I just heard some
It's
fucking
complicated.
critter
It's
names, and I was like,
complicated.
I'm out right now, bro.
All I
fucking
heard was
complicated,
healer
bro.
scrolled.
I just
Healer
heard like
squirrels.
I am with the boss and some squirrels, and I'm like, sure, sounds good, man.
I'm one with the squirrel.
Give me, I wonder.
Understood.
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Glamours!
What's your favorite color?
Red.
Orange. No. It's blue.
I think it's Blello.
Blello.
Perhaps I'll
Shout out to Malcolm in the
draw
middle.
This red
Pairs.
or pairs.
Start at 1.
Angle.
We're going to spread here.
Pairs.
Into pairs. Got box.
Clock.
That was too much for the challenge.
Block. Got Yo.
Fuck.
On me and Eneo.
They're back on their feet. Let's
Uh-oh.
see if they can stay standing.
Oh, shit. Now we're alive.
Tank cluster.
I'm hitboxing this. What the fuck?
Okay, that somehow worked.
I'm always gonna be going to that corner there, Saba.
Okay. I'll
I
join
love
you.
whenever fucks.
An image comes to me. I hope you like it hot and sandy.
Goodness.
Check debuffs real quick.
First defamation's on
When
Kirsten's
I
side.
think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
I'll go south for it, Sai. You go north.
This might be a sprint angle to dodge.
Yeah.
Watch out. It's a veritable storm of needles.
Green box.
Defamation's in 5. Go.
Again. Can they turn this around?
Everyone else stack.
Clock.
Clock. Alright, we need to rotate Yoshi and Kyo.
There's something missing. Oh,
Got
I know.
Yo. Defamation's in 10.
Defamations are Kyo and Eneo.
Party to 1.
You don't want to get caught in that.
Defamation's away.
It's alright. I thought you were going to one anyhow. Oh, you were also.
Got Yo. I
can go
can't
healers
get
all
too
the time,
far.
yeah.
Okay.
I've got Yo in.
What do you think of this?
But I'll heal.
Do you always want to go to one
Alright,
for that?
if you're wing,
Bring the
if you're-
blues into the sand. Blues in the sand.
Oh shit.
Oh, it's a spread too.
Spreads too.
I think I just did damage though. Actually.
How the fuck are we alive?
Probably. I was dead.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, okay.
No worries.
Challenger's down.
If you use
Okay.
I couldn't do it. Yeah, I
Hang
was
on,
on
quiet,
the
please,
floor.
quiet, please. Main tank is gonna take the boss and the squirrels. Oh wait, tank cluster. Okay, yeah. Main tank is gonna take the boss and the squirrels at C3. Off tank is going to take the ram at D.
Pudding alone gets awfully dull, don't you think?
Sure,
Range
yes,
would-
sir.
Scroll spawns at B, I think, initially.
Squirrels are BB.
Ranged would kill cat here. Healers would kill squirrel, and melee are working on ram.
Peace. The fiend has been
Holy shit,
the
my
squirrels-
HP is gone.
Holy fuck, this is a banger.
The HP is gone.
Alright.
I need to pull up the slide.
Yeah.
Where the fuck do I stand for the? So
Yeah,
are
yeah.
we're the
Slide
front
6.
pair, I guess, Yoshi?
Yeah,
Okay. So I dashed in. I guess I can't do that.
you can. Yeah, there's a specific time where like the animation where we can both dash and it will still hit us even if we
I'll practice that. I mean, I'll obviously not
Oh.
practice that at all.
Fuck, ads looks fucking. Oh.
No, it's fine. You just take the squirrels as the main tank and then you vibe. It's easy.
Just eat the squirrel and then it's free.
Did like tanks take both ramps at one point? Okay.
That sounds
There's
like a
only
side
one
problem.
ram per wave.
I'm seeing on like slide 14 where the gunbreaker has like 2 rams or whatever. Are those things?
One of them should be dead at that point, I
Okay.
think, because
Okay.
Around
on
wave 3 and
slide
4.
9, on slide 9, it says to kill the ram. So
Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah, fair enough. Let's go a little confused by that.
Let's go again, gamers.
you like dodging stuff. I love cactuses.
Hate that shit.
What inspiration will you give me?
I hated it in the
Right,
goddamn dungeon. I hated it here.
Welcome to Terra.
I like the dungeon. You just suck.
Yeah, I do suck.
Jeez.
Nuts.
This is literally a top mechanic. It's kind of cool, actually.
What's your favorite color?
I mean, I hate
Purple.
top. Fuck top. Can't let the funniest noise.
Perhaps I'll draw this.
Pairs.
Pairs.
Going to 1.
Aim.
Pairs, pairs, pairs.
Clocks.
Block.
Oh yeah, I just can't move.
Hitbox.
Hitbox, hitbox.
Foster the north.
So
Can I just keep her north here? Do I have to move her?
I hope you like it hot and
It's the same shit as D, isn't it?
We
I
can
guess let's
test
find
that
out.
afterwards.
Yeah.
only
I'm just
issue
gonna leave
is
her.
the ranged at 4 would not be able to hit the boss anymore.
I think
Okay, then I'll.
if we want to do that, we could just do deformations northwest, northeast, maybe. We can talk about it.
Could, yeah.
after.
That is an option, yeah.
Roger. It's a veritable storm of needles.
Fucked up.
Deformations in 10.
What north?
Everyone else stack.
Lux.
Kyoyoshi.
There's something missing. Oh, I know.
Listen to where the party is going. Deformations are going to the left and right of it.
Quicksand?
4. Party to 4.
Get caught in that.
Oh, I'm dead.
I'll get as soon as I can.
What do you think of this?
So this will be bombs. If
Lose
you're
and
blue,
spread as
spread
well.
while you're at it. Spread. Nice.
Great wide.
They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Buster.
I stack on no box, stack on no box. Just avoid the tanks.
Thank you.
Forecasting?
Alright, I can get a half swift.
This is ads.
Okay. You make
Range
the
on
ads?
Putting her
Range
name
on
gets awfully
A, I
dull,
guess.
don't you think?
Range just be relative north, yeah. Relatively north. Can't kill the cat.
Twos will be up here too.
Transformative piece. The fiend has been completely remade.
Remember, nobody hit mantas except me and Sava when they spawn.
Which manta
Okay.
do you want?
East.
Okay. Alright, I'll take that one.
Nobody else hit this manta. Sava will
And
take
right,
them
yeah.
north and then rotate around clock
yeah,
to the
yeah.
east.
Oh.
Take it north, Sai, and we're going to rotate out, placing your puddles along the wall. We have to kill the mantas. We have to kill the cat now.
Okay, wait.
Big cat.
I have a lot of squirrels on me.
The challenger's dead.
Ram 1 needs to die if it hasn't.
Ram 1 is already. I have a squirrel on me. Oh, never mind. Everyone's dead.
Oh, that's a
Bro.
cat.
Oh, wait.
What the fuck
Bro.
is this?
What is
Yeah, it gets out of hand really fucking quick.
Are the squirrels supposed to die? Because I had a fucking army of them.
The squirrels are supposed to slowly die. So basically, like, one of them is supposed to be dead by the time the second wave spawns. Is
Okay,
my
so I get
understanding.
it. So I think I was focusing Ram too hard.
one or
and
the
wasn't
fir-
killing Mata
one or both of
in
the first
time.
ones.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
Healers are supposed to be working on squirrels, by the way, if you haven't been.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
but
was
are,
after
are
I made
both
sure
of
the
them
cat
supposed to
ate shit.
die, or only one of the first two?
So, slide
First
8
of all-
says do as much cleave and AoE as. So, this is after we've killed the first ram, and we all. So, once the mantas appear, we should focus them first. That should be
Okay.
number one priority. After the mantas are dead, we all turn and kill the squirrels as much as possible. And then we kill the ram. Wait, hang on. And then at that point, after we've knocked down the squirrels as much as possible, we kill the Jabberwock.
Mm-hmm.
Then we kill the remaining squirrels. And then we kill the cat.
Okay.
And there's another 2 waves after that, but I think we should just focus on the first 2. So, everyone, I would just worry about your own personal responsibilities because it's way too much to remember all of it.
Mm-hmm.
As a side note, a group of squirrels is called a scurry, by the way. I found that out this week. So you're welcome.
Interesting.
Did it just happen to be a little bit before this fight?
No, I literally, that was a random fact that was told to me by a coworker.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Why would the
It was actually presented as a quiz, and all of us failed.
I wonder why.
What
Also,
inspiration will
check
you
if you need
give
it.
me, I wonder?
This is a very interesting fight.
Yeah, I do like it.
I kind of dig it though, in a weird, fucked up way.
Honestly, I'm glad it's just a different fight from the usual.
What's your favorite color?
Nice fucking. I don't actually know if you need tank stance on for this fight.
I don't know. Well,
I
I
guess
need
for
it for
ads,
ads. but-
Light party.
Light parties. Go 2, 3.
Yo, I got the GCD on.
Light parties. Light parties.
Both melees is dipped.
Clock.
I was in it, dude.
Yeah, I still
Me
got him.
and
out.
Yo.
That was pretty early. Kind of misleading.
Tank buster.
Box.
Oh, it's gonna be north. What the? Fuck?
Oh dear.
Oh shit!
Two right down.
I've got Sai.
An image comes to me. I
we-
have
we got
like
downtime?
it hot and
We'll check it
steady.
after. Fox.
We bring the D in.
Is that aggro? Okay, never
The ring has become a desert.
My stats is on.
Aliens get so scared when they take one auto, bro. Oh my
I
god.
put a region on Yazeth anyways. You know, fuck me, I guess.
mind. Back on me, by the way.
Look at debuffs real quick.
check defamations.
Watch out! It's a veritable storm of needles.
Defamations in 5. Go now.
Back on me.
Everyone else stack. Block, block, block.
There's something missing. Oh, I know.
Listen for where the party is going. The other 2 defamations are going left and right from that.
Quick,
Two. That's hard to fucking.
I'll try to help out there.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm moved back in. I'm a fucking idiot. Ignore me. Oh, I'm good. Oh my god,
Fine,
guys.
you're
Never
fine.
punish. Never punish. Never punish.
The bombs.
Alright, bombs.
Blues
If your
and
wings
spread as
stay
well.
out, make sure you point them.
Spread.
Getting Yoshi.
I should have
Box.
further in.
The challenger's down. This is the end.
Got Hyo. Got a Neo. Tank Buster.
Rise it again.
Ah.
Let me turn this around.
Oh, good luck.
Got Yazeth.
Ads coming out.
Heading alone gets
think Cal will be at
style,
A.
don't you think?
I guess it's always started. Always at A.
I have no idea.
Yep.
Yeah.
A transformative
Remember,
beast.
when
The fiend has been
Manta
completely
appears,
unleashed.
ranged are grabbing it, then everyone is killing it after it tethers.
Because of you and Saba
Yeah.
grabbing it.
It's coming. Don't hit it. Do not hit it. Tethered, hit the Manta. Everyone kill the Manta.
Wait, how do I start baiting? Wait.
You're baiting right now.
Okay. But I was trying to figure out where to start.
You want to
Sorry.
start north? I'll show you. Yeah.
It's alright. I
See,
think I
see
might-
where mine are,
Yeah. So I
and then
should
you just want to rotate around.
Okay.
Oh,
Killing cat. Killing cat. Let's back out.
still kill mantas. We gotta kill mantas.
Doing Yazeth.
Alright.
Yazeth.
Hey man.
You're not Swift.
The second
yeah,
cat
yeah,
is
yeah.
the last thing we kill of
Okay.
these,
Oh,
so
okay.
don't worry about the second cat. The Jabberwock is way higher priority. After the mantas, it's AoE squirrels, and then Jabberwock, and then cat.
Interesting. Is ads the hardest of this mechanic? Like this fight?
I don't know.
Who knows?
Why the fuck did we die there, Sai?
Oh, good question.
Something gave me a permanent root.
Warm bomb.
So yes, the Jabberwock will move towards a healer, and if it reaches it, it will kill the healer. So we
Oh.
need to stun the Jabberwock as it moves.
Oh, that's.
I took.
Oh, that's what that is. Oh, okay.
I only took one instance of damage, and it's like 400k.
Yeah, that's why. Like, does anyone understand how the tank buster works in this phase?
What did the Tank Buster come from?
It just
think-
the thing
Warm
is
bomb,
like it was
cold bomb.
different colored, but like I don't know how to bait the different color because sometimes I get red, sometimes I get blue, but I don't do anything different.
You guys got hit for like 400, 200k from the auto attack from the ram.
No, I'm
No,
saying
no.
So the
on
ram
first
didn't
tank
die
buster.
in time.
No, from before desert happened, we both died.
Yeah,
Mhm.
We
like
both
from
did
that
turn.
second tank buster, I think we got the wrong color, but I don't know.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
I think
how
the
we do
boss. I want to say there's a way you can tell which one's supposed to be baited in and out, but I can't remember.
Is it just
pay
you have to
attention to
alternate-
this
I think
you might just
the
have to
one she's
alternate-
pointing up is the one that gets baited out, but I could be wrong.
How do you
Okay,
know
let's
which one
pick.
you need though?
Yeah, they get
It's probably
debuff
the
at
opposite.
beginning. Yeah,
You got
Fox
debuff.
had a cool.
Oh, I see.
So I'm assuming you're supposed to like get the different color.
Yeah, there's a
I mean,
debuff.
I guess.
So,
Yeah, I've noticed that. I just didn't like sometimes I've gotten red, sometimes blue. So I guess there is something that she's doing animation-wise that I haven't noticed what's giving me what.
I'll try to keep an eye on.
Yeah, let's pay attention to Spell.
Yeah.
Wait, Crimson, for a puddle bait, should I starting in the corner near 1 and then moving like downward, moving south?
1 second. So that's 2. You want to start like here,
Yeah.
then here, then here, then here.
Okay, but you're starting on the right side, right?
Yeah, and you just be doing the opposite on the left
Okay,
side.
okay. So that's approximately. Okay, got it. Cool.
There's something I had a question about for the.
Yes, Daddy.
Hey yo.
Oh. Copy. Actually, I think I answered it. It's on slide 3. I was wondering when you're trying to call out like which spot does the party go to. It's literally just which is the unsafe corner, and then the party goes to the opposite corner, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a thing directly on one of the corners.
Yeah.
Cactus
okay.
directly on one of the corners. So anybody that's sees it faster than I do, feel free. It's a big fucking arena.
I just call it the cactus stuff. Yeah. I could probably do it.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm just looking at something real quick. Okay, so Fox, the color she points upward is the close bait. The color she points down is the far bait.
I had
The
it
color she
opposite.
points upward is the close bait. Okay.
Because you got to get up in there.
Oh.
Is that good, Fox? Does that work for you?
Oh my. Is that doing
well,
something for you, big boy?
The problem is I have to actually look at my debuff every time and then compare, so that's kind of fucking annoying. But you know what? Figure it out. Maybe we just invuln the second tank buster every time.
Maybe.
Maybe.
A strat.
What inspiration will you
That's kind of my
give me, I
strat right now.
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Glamour!
That song goes so fucking hard.
Freaking
I know, dude.
thrown on me. Like I wasn't convinced in the normal mode, but now I'm a fan.
Perhaps I'll draw this.
Light parties.
Light parties.
2. Oh no, that is not correct.
1.
I'm pretty sure it was supposed to
Yeah,
go
I
3.
did not believe my own instincts here.
Or,
The challenge is down!
yeah, that.
Is this the end?
Hey, me and you got it.
Oops.
I was gonna start at 1, and
Yeah,
then
same.
you told me 2, and I was like, you know what? I trust my boy.
But I'm allowed to get one wrong occasionally, okay?
Oh, that's fine.
I lied. You're not allowed.
What inspiration will you
Sorry.
give me, I wonder?
No.
Oh, you're allowed.
No, it's not.
Welcome to
No, he's
Sugar
Crimson.
Riot's Gallery of Glamour!
What made you so hateful, dude?
The fact
Just
that I have
crashing out
exams
already.
on Monday, yeah.
What's your favorite color?
You should try to seek to remove the hatred that lies within your heart. Have you ever thought about that?
Perhaps I'll draw
You know, I've considered, but then I remembered that I'm with you fuckers for the next week. And I was like, oh, fuck, dude, it's over for me. Right, Yasif?
But
Don't bring him into this.
Right.
Light party.
Pookie.
Light party.
3.
3.
Double marble.
Aim.
Light party.
Fire.
Light party.
A.
Fuck.
Wow, that was.
Fuck. Yep, fuck.
Fuck.
It's not sus, you just don't know the
Oh
time.
fuck. Alright, be careful, my stack. I moved too soon.
I swear to God. Oh, you're so fucking lucky.
Not even close. Yeah, close.
Oh, I'm gonna
I go.
inbound side.
What the? Holy!
That was too much for the challenger.
No, Sai was correct. I just wanted to
An
not
image
do it,
comes
but
to me.
Sai was right.
I
Wasn't
hope
there
you
a,
like it hot and sandy.
All right. Well,
Right, Sai, we can do it properly. God, dude.
Fuck it. We'll just involve.
The next ones we'll have to do properly, I guess. Like, either way, we have to learn how to do the mechanic is the problem.
Imagine learning mechanics.
What inspiration
Not
will
saying,
you
dude.
give me? I
Fucking tank
wonder?
players will do anything but learn how to do their job.
This
No,
man
you're right,
can
I'm a-
cut it as a Dark Knight and just fucking quit, bro. It's crazy.
Cut it!
This man was so washed, it was unbelievable.
That's fair. I am a washed ass
fuck.
fucking Dark Knight.
Calling me washed. Crazy.
Perhaps I'll draw this.
Miss Sandy.
He's here in spirit.
Partners.
Going to starting at 3. Starting at 3.
I want to be 4.
Partners. Partners.
The challenger down.
Wait.
Oh, it's wings.
I saw that fox.
Oh no, that was too
Mamma
much
mia.
for the challenger.
Oh right, can be.
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia.
I confused myself with my own
That's
strat.
okay,
'Cause
King.
when I was talking about the bombs before, I couldn't remember if you get knocked to the bombs or if you start at the bombs. So I again did not trust David to start, and then
Ah!
Damn.
I was actually wrong.
What am I even here for?
Just to suck her.
Inspiration will you
just that
give me, I
cookies.
Fucking
wonder?
close.
I'm here for the 1%. I know. You don't have to lie to me.
No, that's me.
No, dude,
You can't take that away from me.
we could find any. I mean, sorry, we couldn't find any other,
What's your favorite
like
color?
magical range. Like,
Magical girl.
You could find another magical range, but would they be the 152nd best
Shut
Pictomancer?
the fuck up.
In the
absolutely
world.
not. They would not.
God, I was ranked 50 dancer first time.
Did I ask?
Yeah. I needed you to know that I did better than you did. My accomplishment was better than yours.
Light parties.
All right.
Getting knocked to a bomb.
Not this time. No, we're not. Going to starting at 4.
Four.
They don't have wings this time.
Yeah.
Was this
I
light
fucking hate
parties?
this
Light
game.
party,
Light
light
party,
party,
light
light
party.
party. Clock, clock,
Fuck.
clock.
You do that
Fuck,
really
fuck, fuck.
early?
Fucking dumb game, dude.
Oh, convenient.
They're my friends.
You're saying I did that early? I was in the stack. Don't worry, I got it.
Oh, I
I'm
did, like,
sorry,
later.
you're in.
Oh, we're dead.
Oh my
Oh my
Holy
god.
An actual terrorist.
An
It's-
image comes to me. I hope
Try
you
again.
Fuck
The
it, Fox,
problem is
let's
we're gonna
roll.
have to learn it.
Okay, yeah, fine.
Ugh.
Okay, Sai. So here's what we do. To keep the
We just
spots
swap
consistent.
spots. What is swap spots?
Yeah, I think we
Yeah.
just swap spots for that.
Holy shit. Banger. I was like, this is fine, and then I saw the blue ball of death just appear over us.
Blue balls.
Yeah, blue balls.
Ah.
What inspiration
Except these
will you
balls did
give
not
me, I wonder?
hold,
Not a full
hold back.
You heard, bro.
What's your favorite color?
Eventually, we might just be able to
So
outmit it, Sai.
draw this.
Maybe.
Not for like 2 stacks.
Night party.
Like,
4.
Heard it.
night party.
Oh my god, you guys fucking leave
There,
before it.
clock.
Ugh.
Am I in the stack or not?
You are.
Thank you, Yoshi.
You are,
you
but
are.
holy fuck, bro.
Tank.
Aside's
Oh.
in.
Third time's the charm.
Further inside.
Holy shit.
Fucking
Holy-
lightning shot. I hate this fucking game, dude.
An image comes to me.
What a struggle.
Like it hot and sandy.
Sugar, how you get so fly?
Sugar, you get so fly.
Goodness. The rain has
Check
become
debuffs.
Defamation's
Okay.
yeah the
When I
fox.
think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
Sports mechanic.
I'm going south. Oh my god.
It was good. I was gonna go north, so it works out.
Watch out. It's a veritable storm of needles. The challenger's down. Is this the end?
Defamation's in 10. Or 5. Sorry, go now.
Let's see if they can
What
stay
the?
standing.
We're alive.
Sorry. Alright.
Fog.
Clock.
Fuck, fuck, fuck.
Me heal. Careful not to get double.
There's something missing. Oh,
Alright,
I
look for
know.
safe spot here. Opposite. Defamations are going
mechanic.
left, right of it.
Two.
1.
Party in one.
Fuck.
That is for sure a spin mechanic.
Game's hard.
What do you think of this?
Bombs.
Red as well.
I'll move back, don't worry.
Oh, okay, that should be
Oh,
good. Yeah, we're good.
Very wide.
get wide. Ads coming up. Remember what we talked about. Oh, take the stair. Ah!
Size fucking in again.
What the?
Bro.
I knew it.
Oh.
Whoa.
I can't get everybody up to
Living
shit.
alone gets awfully dull, don't you think?
I'm gonna pull an Andy and just wall.
Look at how cute the little ram is.
That is kinda cute.
They all are. I like the Scaveros.
A transformative
Your wall right here.
The fiend has been completely remade.
Bro, how the fuck do we do that mechanic?
Oh no.
Fucking dying,
The tank
dude.
buster?
Yes.
How did we do that mechanic?
Bro.
No,
The tank
because you guys are
buster?
so fucking close.
Yeah,
You gotta
got-
be like in the boss hitbox.
It's Sai, you've done top. Come on. Pull it together.
That hitbox is huge, okay?
Okay, so here's my
Uh-oh.
take. Well, actually, you know what? We can try it
Hot
this
take.
way again.
Bingo
Sai.
card. Bingo card.
Oh yeah, true. Bingo.
Hot take.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Maybe that one we just end on Sai.
The third one?
You guys have to
Yeah,
win.
because that one's actually like the trickiest that we've seen so far, at least.
Okay. Sure.
What's your favorite color? Perhaps I'll draw this.
Side parties.
2.
Yoshi with the back
Side parties.
insane.
Plots.
That dash in feels so fucking cool, by the way.
The
Looks cool.
Heck.
Sai in, me out. Holy shit, we did it. Yeah, I don't want to swap spots. I'd rather do it that way.
I
Okay.
hope you like it hot and sandy.
It's too awkward to swap spots.
Goodness, the rain has become desert.
Defamations.
When I think
Yeah,
of
the
desert,
side.
I think of these prickly fellows.
I'll go north for my definition.
Watch out, it's a veritable storm of needles.
Back up.
Defamations.
Oh,
Oh
Sai.
my god.
That was too much for the challenger.
what happened
I think
here?
what we did.
Everybody point and laugh at Sai.
I mean, you can all
Might
take
need
the
to do it.
Texas too.
Might need to do a tank swap there eventually for like if the tank gets defamation first. But I'm not worried about it right now.
Yeah, keep it to yourself, fucking black.
Oh
man.
my god.
Are you able to hit the boss?
Oh
No.
my god. No.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
I think I had. I should have had it. I just got fucking damaged down. The cactus
sorry, I
mechanic
don't-
is like my biggest fucking.
I don't
kryptonite,
really
honestly.
condone damage downs for myself, so I really try not to get them.
What's your favorite?
Right.
As I'm sure you could tell from my performance in the last fight, where I had an average of 4 damage downs a run.
No, but you were warming up.
Perhaps
True.
You call
That's
bro
true.
washed and then he compliments you. You should like apologize.
Thank you. I agree.
Pairs.
Fuck up.
Light parties.
Light party.
Oh,
was
libraries.
two- 4.
Fucking hate the timing of that so much.
I know, I was just about to get a cast off. Oh my god.
I don't want to hear it. I'm in. Sai.
Oh,
I repeat,
shit.
we can do the mechanic the way we
Inside?
normally do the mechanic.
He's inside.
By the way, as Yoshida the P intended himself.
That's a good point. I was inside Sai.
Yo.
Hope you like
You take him out to
hot
hop
and
up first?
sandy.
No, that we did that after.
Okay.
Ah,
I see. Tap it first and then.
Yeah,
We can't on
Almost
a
out
full
of
I
time.
timing.
he's cleared top, you know.
Almost out of time. Let's lock in for this last pull.
When I think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
Defamations. Yeah, this side.
Yeah, I'm not.
Grant.
Watch out, it's a veritable storm of
Why
needles.
y'all eating shit, bro? You tell us to lock in and then you eat shit. What's up with that?
Please be quiet.
Defamations. Yeah, this side.
Okay, look for where we're going. Oh, clock.
Clock.
Sorry. I always forget about this shit.
There's something missing.
Ow, this part.
Hello.
4.
You don't want to get caught in there.
Bombs spread.
Oh, one of the bombs didn't go in.
Is this the end?
Oh. Yeah, I got up there.
We can do the mechanic normally, Sai.
Rise it again.
Let's go.
Can they turn this around?
Bye, Jaden.
Bye. Oh,
Oh, okay.
Oh, we're gonna
never
nail.
punish. Never punish. Okay, I'm hitting Azure.
Practice ads.
Having alone gets awfully
Think it'll be-
dull, don't you think?
That would have let me think I'll be.
Do you think it's worth to cast LB here?
We don't have LB.
Oh, I mean
It
like.
steals LP.
Oh really?
But you can do it before.
Work on cat. Range, that is. Manta coming up. Nobody else hit it. Say so. Hit mantas. Kill mantas. Focus mantas, everyone.
Dragoon has Mantis.
What? Bro, I hit that thing as soon as I was up.
Alright, I've probably cleaved it.
How the hell
Alright,
did
what
I
is
okay,
it?
fine.
There.
Crazy.
We'll just kill it and then hopefully things go back to normal.
Double walks here.
Alright. Thing is, cat's mantis, one manta's down, killing that one.
Four killers down.
Kill
Oh god.
Jabberwock.
Oh
Kill
god.
Jabberwock. We gotta kill Jabberwock.
That walks targetable
Stun
now.
it. Stun it. Stun it. Stun it.
I'm dead.
Oh my god, they're all on me.
Yo.
So I think in that instance, Hyo, you were the one that got targeted by the Jabberwock.
Yeah.
I just saw the Jawok draw like 2 shots and like Tealer's just dead. I don't know if that was because
I
of the
I died
Jawok
to
directly or what?
the I died to the ram. The ram went onto me.
Oh, okay. I just
So
saw
it's
it like
an
draw 2 shots and like 2 healers dead, so I thought that was it. Never mind.
I believe the second
yeah.
ram, the first ram needs to die before the second ram spawns, I believe.
I think it did die. I think it.
Okay.
It did die. I think it has a thing where if it is close to other ads, it enrages, essentially.
Oh, that's fucked.
That's why his auto did 400k.
Yeah.
You want to try one more?
I should honestly go to bed, but it was a good night.
Okay, no worries. Yeah.
Okay.
We should obviously study M2 and then probably the first couple mechs of, or M6 and then the first couple mechs of M7 for tomorrow.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it sounds good. But good job tonight, everyone.
Yep. Great job. We're on great pace.
Yep.
Yeah. See you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Rest
Bye,
up.
faggots.
Night.
See ya.
Goodbye.